Stranger things indeed. It's going to be a fantastic space, this one.
Hey, guy.
G'day, Stephen. How you going, mate?
Good, good, good. Hey, what time is it where you're at?
It is 10:30 in the morning.
Oh, that's pretty early. Wow.
How about you? Are you on the West Coast, did you say?
5:30 p.m. It's still light out, and gonna probably go without dinner tonight. But hey, it's all good.
Awesome, mate. Well, we'll only stay for a couple. We won't go for too long, so you can, get yourself some
Yeah,
dinner.
don't worry about it, man. It's
Awesome,
it's.
awesome.
Let's run with it.
The time zones are a killer for X spaces, but I found that usually Australian morning time kind of matches up with over in the States around evening, so it works really well. Hey,
Yep.
thanks heaps for coming on. Let's just set the scene here. We're joined today by Stephen D. Kelley. He's an ex-CIA NSA contractor. Just get on the mute button there too. Thanks, Stephen. Author, which we're going to put all of the audio book for free in the comments section. He's a radio host. You've got to check it out every Thursday night, 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time on Truth Cat Radio. The website StephenDKelley2024.com. And he's also got a Telegram that you can go to as well. Now, I just want to read this, if you don't mind, Stephen, just to give people an idea about who you actually are for those who haven't come across your work before.
Cool.
Stephen D. Kelley is a laser electro-optics engineer, laser pioneer and inventor who created laser aiming weapon systems for military use. He was contracted through the NSA, CIA, and other government agencies to provide high-precision laser technology through his company SK Industries. After a career as a jeweler and a precision optical engineer, Stephen became a laser pioneer, creating the world's smallest laser aiming system, dominating the world's solid-state laser module production through a contract with the NSA Oliver North gang. This would ultimately lead to the formation of SK Industries Laser Aiming Systems, who would produce the LAW-17 laser aiming system designed for and used by Western special groups for anti-terrorism. The LAW-17 laser is still to this day the most accurate laser aiming system ever produced. The same laser was a standard spec component for every satellite due to its small size and stability. After falling out with the CIA, NSA, Stephen became exposed to Billy Meyer and his Pleiadian contacts. This exposure and Stephen's experience in microphotolithography, connected to his experience with silver electroforming, led to discoveries that eventually were used to provide special components to experiments in speed-of-light propulsion or beam ship construction. Through his work, he was made aware of the multi-level underground systems of tunnels and bunkers that exist under the Getty Museum in Santa Monica Mountain, Los Angeles, California. He had devoted more than a decade of his life of making people aware of this city under the Getty as a hub of child trafficking, a system of tunnels that connect the site to deep underground military bases, a place of advanced technology, and a place for the global elite to retreat in case of a global apocalypse. Now, there's a lot there, Stephen. Do you want to introduce yourself to everyone?
You did a good job there, man. Your bios are getting better and better. I swear. you know, seriously.
Always
Uh,
trying to improve, mate.
yeah. Well, you're doing your homework for sure. I just want to say welcome to the people that are here right now, and and I just want to remind everybody we did a little. What we talked for what? How many hours we talked? It was just the other day. We were doing a test and we were talking for at least a couple hours, right?
Yep,
Seems
yep,
like.
a couple of hours.
Well, a lot of really good stuff came out of that because people were able to ask questions and talk, and I would respond to that stuff. And I think we really got into some physics and some pretty deep stuff. And we're going to try to do that again today, but we're going to also try to control the peanut gallery a little bit, so to speak, right?
Absolutely. And I think what we will do, Stephen, is we're not going to have speakers today. What do you reckon, Stephen?
I think what we should do is maybe let everybody write in their questions for the first couple hours or whatever, and then because the questions are important because that really drives the conversation. Otherwise, I'm just throwing out trying to spew stuff that I think might be relevant, but it won't take us into really fun, interesting directions like we did last time. So we definitely want the feedback, but maybe after towards the end there we can open up the phones and it hopefully it won't become a free for all, but let's just try to get some real concentrated recording done before we do that. Sound good?
That's a great idea. So if you've got a question or comment for the first half of this space, just put it in the comments section. I'll be checking it regularly, and I'll read out the questions in the comments for Stephen. Sounds
Works
good.
for me.
What do you reckon, Stephen? Let's start with, your background. How did you get involved, with CIA, NSA? Tell everyone a bit about your professional career, how all this happened.
Yeah, sure. Well, I repeat this stuff over and over, but I grew up, I was born in '58, so I grew up in the '60s with James Bond and all that stuff, and we thought that was cool, and I was a good patriot, and I wanted to work hard and make technology, so I figured as long as I was valuable making technology, I wouldn't have to go to the jungle and shoot Viet Cong. I figured I could be more useful that way, but that's kind of what got me in that direction. CIA stuff and all that. It's of course when you're messing with lasers. Back in those days, anybody that messed with lasers, I even got to tell you this stuff, but basically anybody that messed with lasers at all, even just selling them, was dealing with aliens watching over them, following them around, appearing in front of them, and that kind of thing. UFO sightings as well as all kinds of government stuff. Back in those days, it was impossible to do anything with lasers and not have the CIA all over you. So that's kind of how it started. That was before I even knew my dad was CIA or whatever you want to call it. CIA is just a euphemism. There's so many damn different agencies and cowboys. I call them cowboys out there. That it's just like calling them CIA is just sort of a blanket term for all these spooks. Spooks is another good word to describe who these people are.
Absolutely, and they can contract all sorts of people out. Funny you mentioned that thing about, even aliens monitoring as well. Philip J. Corso wrote that book, The Day After Roswell, where he speaks about how the government reverse engineered lots of these alien craft and were able to really get an advancement in technology. And he speaks about things like fiber optics and lasers, which led to just a huge growth in technology. So, what a time it would have been back then.
Yeah, well, I used to try to explain to people, try to impress upon them the fact that none of this technology that we take for granted today, including computers and everything that goes into the computer industry, none of it would have happened if not for glass lenses and people learning to polish these things really good. Sorry about the bird. I'll cover it if you need me to. But the basic technology of making a lens, a mirror, or whatever, it hasn't changed a whole lot since the days of Isaac Newton and Galileo. They used to put a pole in the ground, and they would mount a piece of glass on top of it, and then they would walk around it while they were rubbing on it. And this in a modern day we would call that an idiot stick. But basically, the technology hasn't really changed a whole lot. The only thing that has changed is the thing that we use to measure it, which is a laser, of course. Back in the old days, they used the sun, and they used the sun up until World War II. In interferometry, when we're talking about measuring optics, yeah, I'm going to cover that word. They call it wavelengths or interference patterns. Back in the day, Galileo and up to World War II, they called it color because they were looking at rainbows and the directions of the lines of the rainbow, the colored lines between the pieces of glass, which was the interference pattern, to figure out what the shape was. So we haven't really, our technology hasn't really improved that much, but we sure think it has. All right, I'm going to go cover that bird. I'll be right back.
No worries at all. It's an interesting predicament that humans might be in this time right now. Just to think that if we did get a heads up with technology, we know there's a conspiracy happening and that the secret governments are hoarding this technology and now actually using it against us. So not only do we have these evil satanic families that have been in charge from the very, very beginning to think that there's this technology that they now possess that they're holding from us. I'm thinking about silent weapons for quiet wars, Stephen. We're in a hell of a predicament here right now, and people, including myself, really have no idea about the capability of these people. Whether you, with your scientific background, need to share this stuff. And again, mate, I got to say this to you. I consider you like one of the OGs of conspiracy. I was watching your lectures over a decade ago. I put you up there with the Phil Schneiders, the William Coopers, and for me, it's an honor to have you here, mate. I really mean that.
Well, thank you again. But it is what it is, right? Geez, this is an ego business. Honestly, it really is, and that's kind of the problem with humans is we all get caught up in this stuff, and we're trained from an early age, to everybody's a winner, yeah, right? But yeah, I try to avoid that as much as possible. We had a really crazy week, of course, because of the nonsense I was going through with Gray and Emma, and I really kind of want to avoid that tonight because there's a lot better things we could talk about. I know Gray was here, kind of. I don't know. You deleted it. A lot of people that heard that though thought it was pretty epic, but I'm hoping that we can instead be a little more productive and talk about something more fun. I mean, even the Getty, we could talk about the Getty over and over and over, but I'll tell you, it's like you were saying, and like a lot of people have been saying, a lot more people have heard about Occupy the Getty than there are people even know who I am. So maybe I need to work on that a little bit more. So that's why I'm talking to
Absolutely,
you.
absolutely. And you know what? I've never had more pushback from having a guest on. And in hindsight, when I really think about it, I know that you're under attack. I'm really not used to that sort of heat. And I've had to block people, and I usually don't do it, Stephen. Getting death threats, all sorts of crazy stuff. And we're dealing with, we were talking about it in a space just last night about these agent provocateurs who are in this app, and it's always the one that you least expect. And when mind control's involved and these people claiming to help mind control victims, it's a very scary thing, Stephen. It involves neuro-linguistic program, hypnosis experts, and you're really at the forefront of taking these people on, mate. So I don't know how you do it, seriously.
Well, I got to tell you, it wasn't my intention to get into a war with these guys because I kind of, like I tried to say in one of our first interviews, I like to try to have a better message, and that's why tonight we can go on any direction you want, and we don't need to talk about this other stuff. But yeah, this victim thing, I'm really learning more and more about it, and it's really ugly because it truly is becoming a growth industry, a this whole victimhood thing, and I think it's really important that we recognize that this has been foisted upon us. We're celebrating victims. We're all a victim. We're all victims. And as long as we're victims, we're not fighting back. And, I tried to share some stuff about my background that I think kind of falls into that whole victim nonsense. But then again, it gets turned against me. It's like, well, you're programmed. I mean, obviously I'm not being controlled by the whatever they say with the cult of Church of Satan or whatever BS. Obviously. I mean, if ever there was a person that's not, that would be me. But yeah, the projection. I think what's going on a lot is just massive, massive amounts of projection. Whatever. Yeah, and like I said, whenever what's his face, Joseph Goebbels said that blame your enemy for that of which you are guilty. So wow, huh? A lot of that flying around back and forth. Yesterday was everything kind of hit a peak with that nonsense, and I'll just say this, I have an army out there. Okay, I've got Jedi. I've got people that will 24/7 basically go after whatever I need them going after, and I'm not even involved. And yeah, I was really amazed because yesterday, I mean, they could locate you. If you think you're hidden, they can locate you. They can find you. They can find your house. They can find everything you've ever done. And, Gray, I'll just say one of the biggest victories we had yesterday is Mr. whatever his name is, calls himself Gray. He's not wearing a mask anymore. He took off his stupid mask. The mask, he's been challenged, show your face. And obviously that's not just because of me. It's because of all of you. And I think that's kind of important. If you're going to be an advocate, it's really important that you be transparent. And, I try to do that as much as possible. So, hey, do we got any questions from anybody we could start on? Anybody have anything that they want to hear about?
Not yet, mate. I'm just having a look in the comment section. If you've got a comment or a question for Stephen, put it in the comments there, and we'll get through it. I've got a few for you too. But before we do that, Stephen, It's information overload too. It really is. We don't know who to believe. We don't know what to believe. And the controllers are very, very clever at just confusing and muddying the waters. So we're also dealing with that, especially when we get into these topics. It's a very, very hard, waters to try and navigate through.
I agree. I noticed that a few people that have been listening to the other shows, we got Seattled here wanting to know more about the San Juan Islands, and that's that whole Jedi business. And I know a lot of people aren't really ready for the whole Jedi thing because it's really, so, it's not science fiction. It's, what would you call that? I mean, the whole Rambo business. Okay, Rambo is my altar on the other side. Sometimes, and this has nothing to do with mind control or ever. It's just that we have our foot in every other level, so to speak. There's like 9 different levels of density. We never really got to explain that enough. But technically, it's just like being a part of creation, part of God. You're still part of God, and you still have a footprint in the reality that God exists in, as well as this reality and all the other realities in between. It's kind of like a nesting doll, those little wooden dolls that you open it up and there's a smaller one and a smaller one and a smaller one inside. That's kind of the way we are. We have shells or levels of spirituality and physicality that we always have throughout eternity. And ultimately we return to where we came from, which is creation, source, God. And that's really important for everybody to remember because technically, yes, we are all the same person. So, Gray, I don't hate you. I don't hate anybody. That's like hating myself. It's stupid,
It
seriously.
really is, Stephen. And I talk about that a lot. I've written about the higher self and I've shown some illustrations. And maybe we can get right into that. We've got Red Pill Mum. Shout out to you, Red Pill Mum. You're absolutely amazing. She wrote this, Stephen. Would love to hear about the various densities Stephen was talking about last time, please. And
All
just
right.
really
Well,
quickly for me too, you
yeah.
could imagine your higher self, okay? We're existing in multiple different densities. You're down here, you're incarnated into a physical body in what we call 3D or third density, but you're also the real you is not just this. You exist in other densities, which shows you how powerful we are. But Stephen, you blew it out the ballpark the other day. Can we get into that?
Well, the other day we were talking about time travel and interdimensional travel and all that, and we can get into that because, I've been studying a lot about quantum computing and realizing just how much that is basically connected to what we would call interstellar travel, time travel, interdimensional travel, and all this thing. The real subject about that, without going into densities and all that, is it's math. Just about everything that you could imagine in physics can be basically computed and analyzed and identified via mathematical functions and big long mathematical equations. And I'll tell you, I may be a physicist of sorts, but one thing I am not is a mathematician. I can't remember any calculus. I could barely remember my algebra. I can remember my geometry, but like trigonometry, forget it. Trigonometric identities, forget it. I can't remember that stuff. I'd be amazed if we had a mathematician in the audience that can remember all the trigonometric identities and such. It's pretty complex, but that's when we get into these massive computers or these quantum computers that they will be able to crunch this stuff and calculate the necessary, well, I guess the breakdowns of what makes up a human and what makes up reality and everything else. All right, let's start with this density stuff, okay? We'll get that over with so everybody pay attention, you guys. I don't really want to repeat this, but let's just start at the top of the thing. That level number 9 is going to be God. Level number 8 is the Holy Spirit. Level number 7 is what we call the Ascended Masters or Jesus and all the rest of them. Okay, there's a lot of Ascended Masters. Uh, Tesla said 369, that's the top 3. That's the Holy Trinity. The next 3 is, let's see, we have angels, heaven, and hell. Angels would be 6, heaven would be 5, and 4, the one just above us, is what we would call hell, or where our nasty, predatory alien types are hanging out. Okay, so I don't pretend to be complete master at this stuff, but that's the matrix basically. And then below that, of course, the first three. Well, number three is us. The level that we're on is us. The level two is strictly plants and animals, and level one is inanimate objects, including rocks, coffee cups, your car, things like that, whatever. And what this is a ratio. Okay, that's a mathematical one. What is it? Yeah, one to whatever. Okay, so it's a ratio of physical and spiritual. The lowest number one is pure physical. That's the inanimate objects. No life at all whatsoever. There's no spark of anything. Level 9 is purely, well, spirit, thought, intention, intelligence. That is God. God is basically intention. You could describe all intention and all action, or all intelligence as intention. That's basically what God is. So we have a spiritual component at this level, number 3, but it's smaller than a physical component. Okay, we're primarily physical, which means that all of our nutrition is mostly physical nutrition, but we do get a small amount of nutrition from spiritual activities, trying to develop our growth, our chi flow, whatever it is you want to call it. For Kumar, I said pranic. That's the Hindu term for chi. But as you go up higher, you become more spiritual and less physical, and your requirements to survive are based on that. So the aliens, if you will, and I'm talking about the good guys now, or the bad guys, not the Palladians, they are requiring just as much of a spiritual nutrition as they are a physical nutrition. So sure, if they're, eating humans, absorbing blood product, that is a physical nutrition. But the adrenochrome, which is physical, has a spiritual component, an analog, a 4D analog, which we call loosh, negative human emotional psychic energy. Terror, fear, hatred, all that stuff, despair. That's loosh. They need it. They have to feed on it, and it's an extremely valuable commodity out there in the world because it only comes from us. We were bred to make this stuff, and they export it. So yeah, the most valuable thing in the universe is negative human emotional psychic energy.
Absolutely.
So we need to think about that when we're angry. We're feeding them.
For sure. And, I'm sure that there's beings who exist in this density that we're in. We'll call them physical beings. But as Stephen was saying, we've got to also remember there's entities outside of our densities. And that's actually the most important thing to understand why they're doing their satanic rituals, why there's so much of these negative emotions like anxiety, fear, depression. It was meant to be like that. And I'm thinking about Ephesians 6:12, Stephen. For we do not wrestle against flesh and blood, but against principalities, against powers, against the rulers of the darkness of this age, against spiritual hosts of wickedness in heavenly places. That's the big battle. That's what's going on.
That's exactly what's going on, and this is why we have this army of Jedi, because I realized, well, I think we all come to this realization eventually, but yeah, when I was trying to fight these guys and I was, building weapons and lasers and trying to come up with secret weapons and crap, I realized that was never going to work. But it was really them that showed me that, because once I started dealing with them directly, and I'm talking about the people under the Getty, the cavers, the first thing they wanted me to do was help them fight aliens, come up with some sort of technology for fighting aliens, holy bullets or whatever. But I realized really quick that you can't do that. Bullets are worthless, and if anything, we're so weak mentally that they could make us kill each other really easily. And this is kind of what they're doing. But so yeah, we do not wrestle against flesh and blood. We may sound like we're hating human manifestations of evil on earth, but the reality is that our real energy is devoted towards destroying entities on levels above the one that we're on. And ultimately, that's what the Occupy the Getty mission is all about. I mean, obviously, we're trying to educate people and tell them about what's going on down there, but at the same time, we need them to expand their consciousness and their understanding of the actual reality that we're living in, so that we can do these things. Because, as you know, obviously the powers that be would love to have you talking about dimensions. Nobody talks about densities. Our science, it's not included in our science. And the only time that humans have ever really gotten close to trying to understand the nature of all this stuff was back during the time of the Gnostics. So many 200 years or whatever after Jesus, and we know that they've been shut down for the most part.
Well said, Stephen. We've actually got Diamond Quantum. You and him had a great discussion. He wants to speak. Stephen, remember Diamond Quantum? You guys were talking about crystals and diamonds and stuff. Should we bring him up?
Hang on just a second. First of all, Diamond, I'm happy to have you here because obviously you got us really into a fun timeline. I don't really want to open it up just yet because if we do that, it's kind of like Pandora's box. We can't put it back in the box. Diamond, if you could be patient right now, but I would love nothing more than to continue along the lines that we were pursuing when you were here the last time. If you could kind of type in a question, that would be great. But just to review, Diamond was talking a lot about matter and how its connection to light, and I was using this opportunity to talk about photons, because light, that we think of light, we think of it as waves of light. It's actually particles. So, and that particle is a photon.
Very interesting. And you were just mentioning adrenochrome before, and we're going to get into that. We'll talk about the horrors that are actually taking place right beneath our feet, which is, it's almost too much for people to actually handle. When I really realized that adrenochrome was a reality, Stephen, that sort of information actually made me pursue spiritualism and really understand what's happening here on this planet, because that's proof for me that there is some sort of an evil on this planet. Can you imagine? You said we're the only ones that produce it, and especially from what? From little children. If you think about what's the most evil thing imaginable, that this is actually taking place on an industrial scale, it's almost too much for people to take, including myself, Stephen.
Yeah, let me just say this. I was one of the things this weekend I did. I mean, I've done this a long time, but I kind of brought it back up because I wanted people to see the nature of what we've been doing all these years and the type of people we've had to go up against. But one of the bad actors that I had to deal with was this guy called Rick Messina, who is a Hollywood talent agent. He lives in Encino, and his big thing is what is it? Comedians. Okay, so all the big comedians. I mean, the veterans, the OG types. This is their boss, their manager, and he has a bar. He's got this, actually two homes right next to each other in Encino, but he's got this bar built there, and it's called the Happy Lizard Lounge or something of this nature. But this is a place where these guys hook up and meet, and I'm talking about Hollywood types, movers and shakers, especially people in the comedy business, and they actually do all kinds of satanic rituals. They kill, okay? They murder there and do all these rituals. There's one of the things I had to deal with. But one of the things that they do the most is they have rituals around abortion. And what they'll do is they will actually do they'll go out of their way to get pregnant with each other. They'll look for someone they obviously one of them is trying to get a hold of me to see if they could, make some special baby, and I figured they were trying to kill it, of course. But yeah, that's what they do. They will get pregnant, and they will go to this lizard party or thing, whatever, and they will have ritual abortions with everybody watching and doing rituals and chanting and everything else. And this is a big thing. And the reason why this is such a big deal is because, when you talk about children, it's all about purity and its connection to God source. And we all know that when a child is born and they're not able to speak and articulate and they have no, basically comprehension of where they are, they're very close to source still. with their guardian angels and everything else. So there's nothing more attractive to a Satanist as a child that has been just born or a child that hasn't even been born yet when it comes to a blood ritual satanic offering. So, something to think about.
Crazy. And do you think that, like, when they do these rituals and these sacrifices of, this is what it comes down to? Remember all the old stories of sacrificing virgins and how children would be offered to the gods? It's not just the physical aspect we spoke about adrenochrome, but also the spiritual essence of that child. Do you think that goes to like the lower fourth dimension for these entities, Stephen?
Well, I think that the energy that is released is very pure and powerful, and certainly the the loosh, which of course is a non-physical component or analog to adrenochrome, it has to be collected and transported to the 4D, and for this they actually will use an AI thing that a lot of people refer to as black goo. But you did bring something else up. Okay, I know. This is what I want to kind of explore here a little bit. Just about all of this occult Satanism practice and what have you goes back to Nimrod and Isis and the various different rituals that were revolving around and that. And of course, if you want to go back even further than Sumerian culture, Babylonian culture, you need to, of course, go to the Phoenicians, which are one of the most ancient. I mean, they were the first ones to come up with an alphabet, and all speech and alphabet is basically based on Phoenician alphabet. They've been doing it longer than anybody. And if anything, obviously we don't see that. We like to talk about Khazars, we talk about Babylonians, we talk about everything but the Phoenicians, and I'm sure there's a reason for that. But the thing is that the occultic rituals that were based on ISIS and all that, they had to, it was mostly having to do with the ISIS, okay, or ISIS mother. We see that a lot in Christianity being infiltrated with the whole Madonna and child thing. Everything has always been about Nimrod and his mother, Isis and Nimrod. So when they do these satanic rituals, they can kill children, they can kill babies, they can kill adult men, adult women, etc., etc. Virgins, you have it. But ultimately, every single one of these sacrifices is tied to the satanic calendar. And ultimately, it's all because this is called the Return the Goddess. Let's see, it's a goddess ritual, and it has to do with Isis. And so the killing of the various different genders of different ages has to do with the seasons and the growth cycle of humans, and this is all symbolic of the ritual, which is basically the resurrecting goddess ritual. So in other words, by killing these children and by shedding all this blood and doing all these things that they're doing, they're trying to resurrect their goddess. Now, you could go all over the place with this, because what is it really? There is an entity in the world that I've actually had to deal with in the astral, and this entity is probably the entity that people refer to as ISIS, although it swears up and down and is very angry about that and says that that's not true and that's something that we made up. So I don't know. So if you were to take it a more Christian direction or a more modern direction, you could say that these entities, this Isis character, this Nimrod's mother, it's a female entity, a mother entity, and this is what, what's her name? The female, what's her name again? The female, Lilith. Lilith, of course. Lilith is the ultimate expression of this female mother of demons concept. And if you take that back even further and you get into, say, the teachings of the Gnostics, then you get into Sophia, the fall of Sophia, the creation of all of the lower levels that we're on. In other words, well, the Gnostics, or some sects of the Gnostics, believe that creation was a result of a sin, basically. The sin of Sophia, I believe it was. And they believe that the Holy Spirit or the realm of the Holy Spirit, what we would call that, is actually multiple couples, and these couples through, you know, inter intercourse are actually responsible for the creation of everything on the lower levels. But it was the desire of Sophia to break from her partner and go into the place where she was not supposed to go into, which was basically the realm of the Creator, because she had the desire to be greater. She wanted to be closer. It's actually a love story gone bad. She was so in love with the Creator, which is a whole nother reality above that. You know, she wanted to go into level number 9 and be one with the Creator, and she did attempt to do that. But as a result of that, she was cast down to the lowest level to basically rise up, and initially was thought to never return. But I say that the salvation of the earth, the salvation of the return of paradise, requires bringing Sophia back home, bringing Lilith back home, forgiving, and bringing it all back into the human family, because ultimately everything has to return to source, and that is why we have to basically forgive our enemies. I mean, you know, obviously we want the evil in the world to stop, but at the same time, we have to recognize, and I'm talking about humans now, not aliens, we have to recognize that we're all the same human, taking turns in each other's bodies, and ultimately we all have to recognize that and come together as a family if we ever expect to return to source or elevate to the next level.
Well said, Stephen. It's like so polarized. It seems like everything's polarized down here. Summer, winter, black, white, night, day, male, female. And you brought up a really good point about this trilogy. You find it in almost all the different religions. And when you study what I call the Illuminati, they're obsessed with this. This is their religion. You've got Osiris, Isis, and Horus. I know the Hindu, the trilogy of the gods, Brahma, Vishnu, Shiva, even the Father, the Son, and the Holy Ghost. This is what we're talking about. This is their religion.
Exactly. Exactly. But if I could just address this whole business with the polarity, this is one of the first things I had to learn in fact, the day that I woke up, I came to understand this. And that was the day that I was sitting in that office with that NSA dude, and he was telling me about the, you know, slaughtering villagers and stuff like that. And I was shocked because, you know, my whole concept of polarity back then was that we were the good guys and the bad guys weren't like us. We weren't like them, and this was two different things, black and white. But when I heard this nonsense, I realized there is no black and white. It's all shades of gray. Gray, there you go, gray. But yeah, there's no black and whites. It's all shades of gray, and it's constantly changing. And this is what the yin and yang symbol actually represents. When you look at the symbol, it's static, and you see that there's one portion that's black and one portion that's white, and it's set up so that it looks like if you spin it, that the ratio of black to white changes. But this is an actual physical representation of the nature of our 3D that we're living in, because yeah, it is it is polarized. We are living in a reality that has good and bad living side by side, love and not love, that kind of thing. And when we transition and we go to the next level, 4 or 5, it's very important that we recognize this, because again, the real thing that separates everybody in the universe, not just here on Earth, is whether or not we devote our lives to serving others or to serving ourselves. And obviously nobody can completely 100% serve others, because you know you need to eat and take care of yourself and do things like that. And I like to think that certain humans that have come before us exhibit this really well, and obviously Jesus is the best example of that, someone who's completely dedicated their lives to serving others. And of course there's been many others of that, but if you can do that and you could get to be at least 51% service to others, you're golden. You're going to graduate, you're going to be able to get on the boat, you're going to get to go to 5D, which is heaven, rather than go to 4D, which is hell. And this is what they're fighting for. So the two different sides, the STO and the STS, they're fighting. That's your Star Wars. That's your struggle between Satan and God. That's really what we're in the middle of. And when we do transition, you need to be on one side or the other because there's no middle. There's no 50-50. You're either one or the other. And the time for you to make this choice is now because we're racing into transition. And once you, well, let's just say if you miss the boat and you find yourself on the wrong side of transition, you're stuck on the service to self side, your timeline is going to be hell. Okay, and you'll see that all of us right now are sharing a timeline, this timeline, but very soon that's going to change. And those of us that are dedicated to serving others, we're not going to be even, we won't even see the other guys. We'll be in two separate realities. And this is really what this is boiling down to. And so ultimately, the greatest thing that we can do on earth while we're alive, aside from serving others, is to teach people about this serving others and serving self and the importance of being a little bit more service to others than service to self. It really is a superpower. That's the best thing I could say.
I love how you described it like that. And I've read it a lot in the literature as well, service to self or service to others. And I think as you get older and more spiritual, you understand what that really means. And it's very interesting to think that too, Stephen. People to call it ascension or, transitioning to the next level. It's very, very important because if you get stuck into that service to self, which is what the Illuminati represent, let's face it, that's what they're all about. They don't give a shit about anybody else. The ends justifies the means, but there are consequences to all of our actions. And I just want to go back to, we were talking about adrenochrome and why the sacrifices and stuff. I'd be remiss if I didn't mention him, the most famous Satanist of the last century, Aleister Crowley. He wrote in this chapter, Magic in Theory and Practice. And it's a science. These people understand when to do it, how to do it. And Stephen was also mentioning, it's to do with astrology. They know certain times and dates, the best way to sacrifice these poor little kids and others. This is what he wrote. The animal, in quotes, should therefore be killed within the circle or the triangle, as the case may be, so that its energy cannot escape. An animal should be selected whose nature accords with that of the ceremony. Thus, by sacrificing a female lamb, one would not obtain any appreciate quantity of the fierce energy useful to a magician who was invoking Mars. In such a case, a ram would be more suitable, and this ram should be a virgin. The whole potential of its origin, total energy, should not have been diminished in any way. For the highest spiritual working, one must accordingly choose that victim which contains the greatest and purest force. A male child of perfect innocence and high intelligence is the most satisfactory and suitable victim. And this stuff's still happening to this day.
They found out just recently they were doing an excavation. I think it was the Aztecs, where they were doing the blood rituals. I'm not sure where Mexico probably. But they unearthed a mass grave where a lot of these victims were put, and of course they were probably celebrated when they were put in a special place. But the thing is that they found out was that these victims were predominantly male, not female, and they were predominantly twins. So there's definitely a thing about twins, and I'm a twin, and believe it or not, Jesus was a twin, and his twin brother was none other than Thomas, that everybody likes to talk crap about.
Oh, they're obsessed with that sort of stuff. No, they're obsessed with that sort of stuff. Twins. I don't want to get into it, but certain genetics are preferable to these people. It's like I said, it's a science for these guys. Crazy. Hey, I want to shout out to some of your followers too, because you've got a really great bunch of people who have just been really helpful for me. I want to shout out to Open the Getty, Stephen D. Kelley, a fantastic account, Red Pill Mom, and also Occupy the Getty. Some of these people just sending me really good information, helping me to learn more about what your mission is here, Stephen. So you've got some really, really good. I know you've got a lot of enemies, but your followers are second to none, mate.
Yeah, I got some pretty concentrated followers, but then you got to remember is that I've had a lot of people out there follow me that have basically been forced to lose me because, like, for instance, when I was on Facebook, for years and years, very heavy on Facebook, and I was running the QAnon group, which we don't really need to get into what that's all about. But the point is that there was at least 30,000 people, 20,000 in this crowd. I mean, there was quite a bit of people, and even like when I was speaking on TV, 700, 800, 80 million people listening. They've worked very, very hard to try to reduce that. And so what you see right now, for the most part, is a core group of people that have been through it, the thick and thin. And I'll share something else since victimhood is such a polarizing topic right now. But obviously, because I'm trying to save the children and stop this from ever happening again and expose all these things, it attracted a lot of people who were victims. And I could just say that a lot of the people who are involved in the group, mostly women, of course, were abused, usually sexually at a young age by whoever. And rather than going out and doing the victim circuit, they've devoted their energy to helping me end this. And so I would just like to say a good portion of these people that are supporting me so passionately are victims. And that's really important to point out, because we're not celebrating that. We're not making them relive that. We're giving them the opportunity to fight back and to use this motivation to end it for the next person. We can't go back in time and stop what happened to you, but we can make sure we can use our whatever we have, tools, resources available, to make sure it doesn't happen to somebody else. And that's ultimately what this is all about. And then again, there's your service to others. Okay, it doesn't matter how much of a victim you are. If you make it about yourself, you're serving yourself. You need to take that energy and use it to help others. Bottom line.
Well said, Stephen. Well said. And they prey on the weak. They prey on the innocent. That's what they do. And the sad thing about it is, Stephen, when you call out people, and if you're right, which I don't doubt you at all, the more I've looked into it, when you're calling out some of these people who claim to be helping these victims, you're the one who then gets accused of talking bad about the victim. See how it works? It's such a treacherous game that we play here.
We talk about, you've been listening for 10 years and all that stuff, but I remember not that long ago, talking about this sort of thing was very rare. And the whole, satanic ritual abuse and all that stuff, it just was extremely rare. I mean, sure, we had people like Kathy O'Brien from the early days talking about this stuff, but for the most part, pedophilia was a subject that people just did not want to talk about. And for years and years, I harped on people with this issue, like during the entire Obama administration. And I had people calling me a pedophile. They said, "Wow, you are so involved in this crap. You are so focused on this pedophilia nonsense that surely you must be that." And again, that's projection. So psychotic people tend to project. They like to hang a mirror around your neck, look in that mirror and describe what they see, which of course is them, not you.
Exactly. And truly, guys, they are everywhere. If you think they're not near you or in your town, they are there. They're so well organized. It's intergenerational abuse of these people. And it's not just sexual stuff too. Like I could tell stories. I know people who are well to do down under here, Stephen, rich families who have actually confided in me and told me stories about how, when they were kids, they got pulled out of bed, were taken to these places where they had to fight other kids, were taught, the ways of the Illuminati, and lots of these people end up in prominent positions. So mind control's the blueprint for how this works. All of the leaders, so many of these stars that we see, heaps of the sports stars, mind control has so many applications. And the numbers, I think even if they sat me down and told me, even I wouldn't believe it. It's a whole different world happening just beneath the surface. And if you're not on the inside, you just don't know.
Yeah, unfortunately, though, that unless you're on the inside, you don't know, and you certainly don't know how to fix the things, because you don't see the problem. And unfortunately, that's why so many people who are have been recruited and have been in it. It's almost like, for instance, the worst enemy of a Mason is another Mason who has turned against them because they know the secrets. And so obviously, I was the same thing. I mean, I was naive. I had to learn the hard way just how wicked these people were and be threatened by them and have to worry about getting killed and everything else for a long time. It destroyed everything. But again, as I said before, though, uh, what really drives me to destroy this enemy is revenge. I know that's not doesn't sound very Christian, but ultimately I want to make them suffer and pay. Well, and suffer isn't really the great word, but I want to end them because of what they did. It's really
And
very important.
it has to stop if we have any chance of getting past this mind control network has to stop. And maybe I should just give a brief overview about how this works. Okay, they call it trauma based mind control, and goes back way back to our history. But in modern times, we can go to Nazi Germany. They figured it out. You probably know about MK Ultra. The Germans spell control with a K. Ewan Cameron, I think his name was. He was up there in Canada and they figured all this stuff out. They perfected mind control. And when they did, they recruited the worst of the worst, and it's still ongoing. People who abuse their families and stuff, they were recruited into these programs, and they figured out if you traumatize a child, especially when they're young, and there's many ways to do it, but sexual trauma is the best way to do it. You split their mind, you create like a honeycomb in their mind where they can rebuild you, and they call them altars. There's also you think about this, the most scary thing you could imagine when you're a child. If somebody's scared of spiders, snakes, the dark, they'll do that stuff until they break a child's mind and they rebuild them, not just for sexual favors, but for political means. I mentioned before, actors, sports stars, it's so ubiquitous, you wouldn't believe it. So then, even if they get these people, spies and stuff, they don't even know because it's a different alter there. They have multiple personality disorder, they have MPD. And it's a science now, Stephen. I've actually heard they can do it now just with a laptop and a few electrodes.
Yeah, unfortunately, my for me it was grasshoppers. My mother used to torture me with grasshoppers. My brother too. Uh, did not like those things.
Oh, my brother used to put the pillow over my head before I went crazy. He used to hate
Uh,
that stuff.
okay, I want to talk a little bit about the mind control stuff here, real quick. Uh, when I worked for PerkinElmer, of course, I talked about that, and as you mentioned, they were very big with developing this whole microphotolithography, and the technology that goes into making these semiconductors and these chips is also used in mind control. Because one of the things that I learned when I was working for PerkinElmer way back when is that they had a patent that was a relatively old patent, and it was for a semiconductor type of device that looked sort of like a golden comb, like a hair comb, only it was kind of microscopic, really tiny, tiny thing. And they would insert this into the brain, directly, whatever they drill a hole and stick it into the brain. And this was the early stages of mind control. And I suppose you could call that an implant. But how many of us have implants? I'm sure I do. I'm pretty sure we all do. Don't you think?
Wouldn't surprise me at all. You look at the dude who headed up Tavistock. That's an important name if you want to go down this path. Before that, it was the British Division of Psychological Warfare. His name was Dr. John Rawlings Rees, and he was the father of lobotomies. He went all across Europe, and they just did experiments. They figured this stuff out. Coincidentally, as well, there's a dude called Dr. I think his name was John Cunningham Dax. Don't quote me on that. He was down there in Tasmania, in Australia, with the Port Arthur massacre, and he actually admitted that. And he was working on a guy called Martin Bryant. Same thing, some lone nutter with a low IQ who apparently pulled off this mass murder operation with military precision. Nothing is what it seems. And that's the scary thing about even what we've been dealing with the last couple of weeks, getting you on, Stephen. They're a danger to themselves, these poor victims. They don't know. And anyone trying to deprogram them, lots of them have been murdered and stuff because there's triggers that are placed inside of these mind control victims to murder the person trying to help them. So it's a very scary thing. I don't want a bar of it. I'm trying to keep a distance with it. And even old Uncle Reptile, I got the block button out for the first time, Stephen. So it's a scary thing.
One thing I just want to put out there before I forget. because obviously trying to study this mind control stuff, the sources of it, and how it's done. But one of the things that I'm noticing is that it's definitely connected to Satanism, and you'll see a lot of pseudo spirituality, something that you could almost look at as a prayer, but it's actually to the dark side. And one of the biggest, clearest indicators of this is that they don't say Jesus. Never in any of these prayers is the word Jesus. Now, okay, sure, like Emma, all right, sure, I believe she's Jewish, whatever she is, but so sure, she could try to do a spiritual whatever invocation at the beginning of whatever, but that is a mind control program being initiated. And like I said, if you have somebody that's trying to be spiritual and elevated like that, they don't say Jesus, you got to kind of take it with a massive grain of salt. And obviously, Hindus, Jews, etc., non-Christian types, they may take issue with that. But ultimately, this is the nature of the enemy we're dealing with. I mean, if you look at exorcists and the satanic, stuff that goes on with people that are having issues, what do they hate the most? What do they hate the most? I mean, it's like, stereotypes are there for a reason, and certainly the power of Jesus, even the name of Jesus, is an incredibly powerful tool, whether you believe in the existence or reality of Jesus or not. It's a very powerful tool. And even if you don't believe in Satanism, you think that Satan is a myth and it's all made up, the point is that these people doing this stuff do believe it. That's their belief system, and they respond to the opposite of that. So ultimately, that thing that they try to remove from us to make us believe is not real, that's more than likely going to be what is real. So I definitely recommend everybody watch for that. And like, for instance, I don't really want to say the name, but there's a big politician right now out there that claims to be a Christian, but he doesn't invoke the name of Jesus ever. Ever. Okay?
You are so right, Stephen. I've spoken
Yeah.
to lots of these people on Spaces, and they seem like they're really switched on. They literally sometimes cannot say the name. I've called them out and said, "Say the name, say the name." They can't say it. And when
Yeah.
you look at things like even alien abductions, I know it sounds crazy. One of the only things that can potentially stop these alien abductions is calling out the name of Jesus. Same as with Freemasonry, Stephen. You don't mention it. There's one thing you're not allowed to talk about, and that's Jesus. Why is that, huh?
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. It's almost like they show us they show us what we but the thing that they don't do is the thing that we should be doing. So certainly that is an issue. I just think that that's really, really important stuff, and ultimately you have to understand that the Earth is extremely old. Our reality is extremely old. What we're told is a tiny, tiny fraction of the recorded history that has actually been on. And so when you start talking about characters, entities, spiritual or otherwise, you know, heroes like Jesus, you have to understand that we're talking about a being that's much, much older than the person that was here on Earth for 35 years. Okay? That was like nothing. You're talking about an entity that's been here since the beginning. I mean, even if you go back to the beginning of creation, like the Gnostics, they believe in the Holy Spirit and the source as being the first two, but they had to create the Trinity in order for everything else to create. So in the beginning, there was only level 9 and level 8. And level 9 and level 8 basically gave birth to level 7, and from that, all the lower levels came.
You're so right, Stephen. And even Jesus himself, remember him talking about John the Baptist. He says, for those who really want to know, this was really Elijah, these entities, this spirit, this energy coming back again. So who really was Jesus? My God. Such a powerful, beautiful entity you just couldn't imagine. And just to clarify, that guy's name was Dr. Eric Cunningham Dax, protege to Dr. John Rawlings Reese. Tavistock, mind
Awesome.
control. They've perfected this stuff. Absolutely. We've got some great questions here, Stephen, in the comment section. I'm going to start with Kay at Spitfire Bitch. great name. She says, Stephen, at what age did you become aware of what was actually happening around you? And what was it for you that cracked the wall open, so to speak?
Okay, well, I remember a very, very early time when I was, I don't know, maybe five or so, and I was in my bedroom on the bunk bed. I had the bottom bunk, and I remember sitting there and having a vision of desert warfare, and big desert type, kind of like when the tanks were running across the sand over there in Saudi Arabia during Desert Storm. I could see that. I saw that, and that was the first real thing. Uh, and being a Catholic and an altar boy and all that stuff, we're kind of trained to think along these terms. But let's see, when did it really start? That's a really tough question because obviously I believe that I've always had a relationship with Jesus, my guy. But when I was dealing with the CIA and all that, and when they told me to try to come up with a weapon to fight these aliens, that's when it really broke open, and that's when I really got into this whole metaphysics and the spiritual stuff and the 4D and the 5D and everything else. That's when it really opened up. Before that, I was pretty much like everybody else. I mean, before in 1990, if you want to pick a date, I would say in 1990 was when I had my first big wake up. And that was when, of course, I was dealing with the NSA, and they told me all about the death squads and all that, and that broke me. Okay, that was what broke me. The next time that happened, of course, was when I had to understand that the so-called Jews and the so-called Nazis were basically the same thing. That completely screwed up my head for like a whole year. But I don't know if that answers the question because it's kind of hard to remember these things. But those were big events on the timeline, so to speak.
It's really heartbreaking, isn't it? Like how many good patriotic Americans, Australians dedicate themselves that they want to go work for the three-letter agencies. They might join the military, the Air Force, whatever it is, and eventually they realize the true agenda. I remember you talking about, Stephen, when you realize, God, that they just would go in there just for the hell of it, kill whole villages, chopper and a bulldozer and just everything, even the chickens and the animals. It's just too much. And how many people, once they realize that, understand that they're trapped and can't speak out?
Well, it's like I was bitching the other day about the fireworks on the 4th of July and how stupid that was. And people said, you don't like it? Get out of America, go to Canada or something like that. And I'm thinking that's the same kind of mindset. It's like, for instance, oh, you don't like the CIA and the NSA death squads, and you must be a commie. You don't like us going there and killing men, women, children, and their animals because they're socialist. You must be a commie. So yeah, there's that damn polarity BS.
Yep, unfortunately, it's like that. And I don't want to bring it up because everyone should be patriotic. I'm very patriotic, or I was, to my country, and I still consider myself to be as well. Samuel Johnson said, patriotism is the last refuge of the scoundrel. Sometimes the people that are talking out and trying to expose the truth, they're the ones who are considered the traitor, and where it's the opposite way around. The dark side's very clever at doing that. They know how to play us against each other, and they also know how to act like they're the good guys. For example, these politicians, you see them all to understand who they really are. And on camera, they're there kissing babies and saying all the right things. The dark side knows how to act nice. And in many cases, the good people don't understand that the dark side, know exactly how to do it. We've got another one here. Tia Schneider, shout out to you. She says, Statue of Liberty has Greek feet. Statue is satanic in nature. Now, Stephen was talking before about ISIS. Once you study this and know the symbolism, they're also very clever at putting symbols out in front of us that we think are good, but for them, it has a totally different meaning. And the Statue of Liberty, in case you didn't know, was given to America by French Freemasons. And it's what? It's ISIS. You can find this, the depiction of ISIS, all the way throughout time with all the different prongs around their head, holding what? The number one symbol of the Illuminati, the eternal flame, which for us represents freedom, but for them represents something totally different. You there, Stephen?
Like, yeah, I can't believe I dumped myself from the room there for a second. I was trying to refresh the page and it dumped me out.
Oh, easy,
Sorry,
easy done.
sorry
By the way,
about
too,
that.
lots of people want to talk. We're going to open it up probably later on. But for now, if you've got a question or comment, put it in the comments section and we'll get to some speakers after we're finished here. Again, we've got Stephen D. Kelley. He's worked with the NSA, CIA. You got to check him out with Truth Cat Radio. Fantastic. I listen to it. He's just on fire. Every Thursday night, 9 p.m. Eastern Standard. Website Stephen D. Kelley, 2024. Shame we can't get you up there instead of Trump and Biden, mate.
Real quick here, I'm looking at Jen here. She says, "What's your 5-year goal?" Well, first of all, I'm not a Soviet, so I don't make 5-year plans. But I've been doing this now for so long. My plan is to end this now. My plan is to basically destroy all Satanism on Earth and bring paradise to Earth before I die. That's my 5-year plan. My, my plan is to try to stay alive at least until 75, and hopefully have completed this mission by then. Because here's the deal: even if I was successful, when I'm successful, and when we do this, it's going to be very important that I'm able to stick around long enough to help you guys manage this new reality that we're going to be living in. And because I think it's like you talk about these politicians, just imagine that if I was able to completely wipe this stuff out, and then somebody pops up and says, like a Trump, I'm just going to use that as an example, and okay, Mister, I've done it. Here you go, take over. No. The reality is that when this changes, every aspect of society is going to be completely disrupted. We're taking a society and a culture that has historically, for thousands of years, been devoted to service to self, because the world, the reality that we live in, the demons that control us, that hybridized us, they are service to self. So we are living in a greed-based society, and ultimately this has to be turned into the opposite. And most of us, all of us that are alive today, this is going to be extremely difficult.
And
So
you
it's
look at
not
the
going to
next
be easy.
yeah, you look at the next generation too. I hate to talk like it. There's huge issues with it, what they're promoting, and I'm sure the technology's involved as well. Even me being a teacher for over a decade, I'm noticing a change in the mindset of children. And it's a scary thing because guys like Stephen, as I said before, I've been listening to this guy for over a decade. To get a chance to interview him and to be up here, I never would have thought that 10 years ago. And this guy is an OG of the conspiracy movement. And lots of these guys, mate, they're not going to be around forever. You'll be around for 80, 90, Stephen. Don't you worry about that. But who's gonna carry the torch, and who's going to be the next generation? And that's something that I'd love to be able to at least pass on to the next generation. Because when somebody hears the truth, here's the thing: when you're filled up with propaganda and lies, I don't care if it's 9/11, all these false flags, the media have to push their agenda 24/7 to get inside your brain. When you really wake someone up to a conspiracy, they never go back. I've never heard anybody who's woken up to 9/11 and then said, oh, no, it's not an inside job. And that's the power of the truth, Stephen. And if you don't mind, can you talk about the Jedi and what you do, the spiritual warfare stuff? I love that.
Yeah, that's great. And remind me, I do want to. I don't know how to pronounce this. Boy Shorty. He wants to talk about the Clinton Foundation and the relationship to the Getty, but let's talk about the Jedi. All right, from the earliest days, of course, being a twin, I've been somewhat psychic. Twins tend to be psychic. You communicate with your brother, whatever, and that's just common. Everybody kind of knows that we do that. But at the same time, we also both were highly developed, and I was doing things like tarot cards and stuff, and I'll tell you, that stuff was so accurate that I really put it down. I didn't trust it anymore. But the Jedi business, ever since I found out about the Getty, and I realized, well, this is a bunker, it's underground, we can't get to it, there's all this stuff going on. I realized that the only way we could really deal with this was by using psychics. And the thing is that I knew that they were using all sorts of mass hypnosis through electronics and the airwaves and whatnot, and a lot of that is coming from the Getty. So I knew that this was a spiritual battle. Even if it was in the physical, we were still doing a spiritual thing. And my object was to try to collect psychics. Okay, so I joined psychic clubs. The first one I joined was called Poets, which was People of Expanded Thought. That was created by a woman called Dee Marie. She's living in Tennessee now, but that was my first real experience to the psychic community and the metaphysical community and the esoteric community. And of course, that is a community that has a little bit of everything, including witches and everything in between. So yeah, there's a lot of stuff that you dabble in that's kind of on the dark side per se. But one of those things we dabbled in was NLP and hypnosis, and it's all part of that stuff. And so collecting these psychics was only so effective. Eventually, I started getting exposed to people who were military trained, men who stare at goats, that kind of thing. A lot of that. I started to meet a lot of people who were what I would call a freelancer. There was one guy I knew, I'm sure he's still out there, I'm sure he's still on my team. I don't even hardly talk to these people anymore. We just fight every night. But he was in Brazil. And one night I was sitting there, I don't know what it was, I was having dinner, and I was done eating, and I stuck my plate out in the kitchen, sort of left it there, and covered it up because there was still some food on it. And he comes and tells me that he's like, we're talking about this astral stuff and what have you, remote viewing, and he goes and remote views my kitchen and tells me what I was eating for dinner, describes the plate and the fact that it had a white paper plate covering up the food. I was having carne asada, beans and rice, and he knew exactly. He said, "Oh, you having some carne asada, a little beans and rice here?" I says, "Really? What color's the plate?" "Well, there's a plate on top of the plate and it's white." "Does that help?" Come on, seriously. So these are very, very powerful people, and they've been working with me. But I got to the point where I couldn't collect psychics fast enough. And I realized that I didn't really have to have psychics per se. I could basically recruit an average person, because ultimately we all have these skills. We all have a soul. We all go into the 4D every night when we're dreaming and we're creating DMT, etc. So ultimately every single one of us has these skills. And what I started doing, because I was doing mass healing. I was doing, like several hundred people a day doing healings. I realized that I could use the same technique, which is Reiki, to basically initiate people into this battle. And so I put it out there. I came up with a method to essentially initiate someone by using a Reiki master level, custom Reiki initiation. And of course, Jesus is very much involved in this stuff. If you want to become a Jedi, this is what you do. You have to promise. You're talking to Jesus, basically. You have to have a relationship with Jesus. You say, "Make me a warrior. Please make me a warrior." And then you say, "Thank you for making me a warrior." That is the oath. And you take that oath to Jesus in your mind, and then you come to me and you give me your photo and your name. You tell me, "Yes, I've made the oath," and I will initiate you. And that night, you will be fighting. And if you're not fighting, you will be training to fight. And you will meet Rambo, and you will meet all the other Jedis, and it's real. And it's like the other day I was hanging out with one of my guys. He's probably listening. No, he's probably working right now. But he was talking about it. He said, sometimes people remember stuff, and sometimes people have a little insight. Now, I'll tell you what he told me. He said that he saw a vision, and it was of all the Jedis going into a mission, a bunch of Jedis going to a mission. And he described it as a whole bunch of people in shiny medieval armor, which is what I do, using long swords, sort of like an Excalibur, which is a medieval type sword. And he said that the ground opened up, and there was light coming out, and we all just kind of jumped into this hole. This is exactly what it looks like. It's exactly what it looks like because, first of all, when you become a Jedi, once you've taken the oath and I do that, you get armor, so-called armor of God. I see it happening. I look at these people. It's all happening in my head when this is going on, and I see them become armored. I see them getting a weapon, which is usually a long, pointy sword. Sometimes they get a spear. Sometimes they get something else. Once you become initiated, you can use whatever you want, but everybody gets armor. The one dude, Japanese guy, he got samurai armor. But typically, this is your knight in shining armor thing. To me, it looks white, but it's very shiny silver. But yeah, that's what it's like. And when you're going underground, it's almost like the space between us and the bunker, wherever we're going, is invisible. It's not even there. So when I'm going underground, I'm basically, it's like a video game that has glitched, and you're behind the scenes, and everything's basically invisible, and you're falling down into the nothingness. That's what it's like.
Amazing. I mentioned Ephesians before, synchronicity. 6:11 Ephesians, put on the armor of God so that you can stand against the devil's schemes. And what Stephen's talking about is the real truth about who we are, and it's why it's been deliberately kept. God forbid if we ever learnt not only who we really are, but what we're capable of, which is astral projection, and the real fight takes place there. I'm thinking about Robert Monroe too. He was an amazing astral projector. He created the Monroe Institute, and he would do the same thing, Stephen, to people who were skeptical and didn't believe him. He'd go and visit them at night, and sometimes even give them a
I'm
little.
sorry.
He'd give them a pinch on the toe sometimes too, Stephen. So it's a crazy thing. Can you imagine it?
Well, you know, when I'm on the other side, it's Rambo, okay? And
Okay, well, we've
Rambo's,
got to hear about Rambo, mate. Tell us about Rambo. You got to.
um, yeah, okay. I mean, all I know about Rambo is what I've been told because usually when people go meet Rambo, they come back and they tell me about their experience with meeting Rambo. Rambo's quite a character. He's a very complex character, but he basically looks like me, so I'm told. And the only difference between the way I look and the way Rambo looks is that Rambo apparently doesn't have a beard, which is something that I really have issue with. I can't understand that at all. But they keep saying, nope, nope, doesn't have a beard, doesn't have a beard. But he's got long hair and everything else, and it's essentially me, except he's just a little bit shorter. I'm 6 foot. Rambo's like, I don't know, 5'10" or something. And he's just the uber studly, Arnold Schwarzenegger type person with this ridiculous, crazy modern military gear type looking guy. So yeah, he's quite a character. But Rambo is just he's angry, he's bitter, he's in love, he's separated from his love. He's almost like, from what I understand of Rambo, he's forced to do this in order to be returned to where he came from, to his love, to go. And Rambo basically said that he was an eighth level density. And this is why this whole concept of Sophia and the beliefs of the aeons, which is what they call these eighth level density entities, makes a lot of sense to me, because to me, Rambo's lost love is probably none other than Sophia. And in order to get Sophia back, he has to slaughter all these demons and do all this work and all this crap, and it's awful. He hates it. He just hates it. It's almost like you've been drafted into the military because you're I mean, it's hard to describe. I have to try to think of a movie scenario to describe this, but basically it's like Hellboy or Spawn or something
It's
like
just,
this. He doesn't.
it's the lone wolf. It's the anti-hero. It's just like the Rambo story, the tortured soul who's actually not a bad dude, but he's going to kick everybody's ass. And I'll tell you yourself too, Stephen. When I think about a guy like Stephen, there's two Stevens who have an awesome ponytail like that: Stephen D. Kelley and Steven Seagal, mate.
Well, okay, I'll tell you something a little bit more about Rambo. Apparently, of course, Rambo says that he is actually multiple different entities, like several different people that basically merge into one person. So, but in the Rambo uh, identity, these other identities are separate. So, in other words, the only other identities that I know about that Rambo has is there's another one that looks, again, exactly like me, but this guy is bald. He looks exactly like a monk. Okay, so in other words, for as much as Rambo is this militaristic killing machine, he has a component that is completely spiritual. It's like the exact polar opposite of his character. And there's another entity which Rambo is part of that is a female, and I really don't know very much about this entity except that it's very close to me all the time. I don't know how would you describe that, almost like a sister. And apparently there's a couple of other entities that Rambo is a part of that that I will supposedly be learning about sometime in the future, but for right now I'm only supposed to know about this. And I've been told that the female one is an entity that I'm supposed to be reaching out to and becoming closer to, which of course is really weird for me, especially when people are psychics. They go, oh, you're a psychic. John Lennon wants to talk to you. Why don't you go talk to him? He wants to talk to you. I'm like, well, why don't you talk to him for me? No, no, you could do it. You could do it. It's like, oh my God, why are you putting this on me? That's kind of what it's like.
That's awesome. The spiritual warriors. Hey, never seen it before, too. Shout out to the over 180 people listening anonymously, Stephen. Very interesting, mate. You've got some fans out there.
Well, it looks like we got about what 234 in this space and climbing, which is cool. I'm really happy to have these people here. Um, but before we go any further, I'd like to think that they're all fans, and I'm assuming that most of these people that are listening involved right now are obviously they're connected to you on Twitter, but I'd like you guys to, if you're not, follow me too. And I'll just say this, in the last 6 days, I think that we've been dealing with this whole, you know, Emma stuff. Hundreds and hundreds of people have been joining me on Twitter and joining me in Telegram, and that's a bonus. I think that no matter what negatives took place, that ultimately there's a lot of people that are observing that may not be on either side of the issue, but are still being exposed to information that they want to be exposed to. So this is a really positive thing, and I want to thank all those people who have joined, and I want to invite people who haven't joined to please join, because even if you don't contribute, just your presence gives energy to our movement and my mission, and this is really what it's all about. It's energy. This is a spiritual battle. I'm not slugging it out. I'm just not January 6th. We're not marching. I mean, we could march, but before we do that, we're going to win this battle in the spiritual realm, and that comes first. And that's what the Jedi are all about, and that's what Occupy the Getty is all about. Because, you may not see the work that we're doing. You may not see any physical manifestation in the news about the work of the Jedi, but believe me, the enemy knows exactly who we are. They know my name by heart, and they are scared shitless, and they're doing everything they can to survive this, manage this, and make sure that they come out of it unscathed. That's really what's going on right now.
You're 100% right, Stephen. And the last week's been a big learning experience for me as well. Considering the last space, and I realize we do not fight against flesh and blood. That's not what's really happening here. This is a spiritual battle first and foremost. Now, again, we've got lots of requests here. We are going to get you guys later on. If you've got a question or comment, put it down there in the comments and we'll get to it. But I want to get into Getty Museum, which is just an incredible topic. You might see around X, Occupy the Getty, Stephen D. Kelley. He's the father of all this stuff. And if you're into conspiracies, lots of people know about Dulce, you know about Denver Airport, Area 51, even Montauk, Edwards Air Force Base. Here in Australia, we've got Pine Gap, and these underground places are all over the world. But what you might not know is that the Illuminati, or whatever you want to call them, they've also got these underground places brilliantly hidden. In this case, that looks like just some benevolent museum is anything but. I'm going to read to you now. I'm pretty sure it's from Stephen D. Kelley's book. What's the name of the book called there? It is. What's the name of the book again? I don't want to get it wrong.
I always remember to unmute myself. It's Lasers, Cavers, and Magic.
Lasers, Cavers, and Magic. There's an audiobook version for free. We're going to put it in the comments section. I'll try and put it up in the nest. But here's just to give you an overview about the Getty Museum. And you go into the family of the Getty, extremely powerful family, Jean-Paul Getty. At one time, Guinness Book of Records called him the most richest man in the world. He was a billionaire in like the 60s. And you'll also see when you're doing Google Images, all that stuff, you'll quite often see Getty Images written right there. It links into people like Gavin Newsom. This is a very, very powerful family who funded this. And this is just an overview of what we're dealing with at Getty Museum from Stephen's book. The museum has at least 6 basement levels that are larger than the area of the entire museum campus. $12 billion to build, they say. The bunker is 1 mile deep with 6 major levels and several sub-levels as large as a city each. This is connection to all of LA, Orange, and SB counties. It connects via high-speed tube train to Catalina Island, to the west, Edwards Air Force Base, China Lake, Tonopah, etc., etc. Children go in, but they don't come out, unless they are kids that are on TV, like Mouseketeers. Every child star goes under this place to have fluids taken. The lowest level is where the most horrible satanic rituals take place. They make even a Satanist squeamish. UCLA, USC, FBI, City Hall, Music Center, Disneyland, etc., all connected by tunnels with trams and elevators. Club 33 in Disneyland, the Mark Tauper Forum in LA. Almost every old building has tunnels that eventually connect. These tunnels can be very old or made recently. Playboy Mansion, Lookout Mountain, Jared Leto's house, Brad Pitt's house, and on and on. The Skirball Center in LA, how hard this is to prove, they can't hide all the entrances. Only the government has the power to do that. Get the picture yet? It is the government doing this. And I spoke before about a whole different world that's happening right beneath our feet. And if this ever comes out, Stephen, it could really be a game changer. And I get a bit nervous even talking about this. Let's get into Getty Museum and how deep this really goes, mate.
I think you're right. I think that we're fast approaching the critical moment or the critical, whatever it is, critical mass, where this stuff is really going to blow up, and obviously all the drama that we've been going through this week is causing it to explode even more. I want to answer your question, but at the same time, I want to kind of address the question that Shorty had here about the Clinton Foundation. And it's important to reiterate that the reason why they're so able easily to smuggle in so many thousands and thousands of children into the country and into these bases is because of the law that allows shipping containers to not be inspected in the ports if they are labeled humanitarian aid or art. And obviously the Clinton Foundation was completely responsible for this, abusing this with the humanitarian aid of the Clinton Foundation. But the other thing, which was something that a lot of people like to bring up, is this program that they call Art for Embassies program, which would explain, why they can get away with this non-inspection of these containers. So if we, not getting into the political nonsense that's going on in the country right now, but certainly, like for instance, let's say Trump or Biden or somebody up there on stage that wants to try to impress me. If you want to impress me, remove the law, rescind the law that says that they can't open these damn containers because of it supposedly having art inside. That is BS. That has not changed. In the 12 years that I have been talking about this and telling people that containers full of children are coming into the country, the law has not changed. We've had different administrations come and go. And if Trump wants to impress me, change that law now and say that is why they're doing it. But if you're going to go that far, how could you do that without mentioning the fact that it is going into these bunkers. And if you talk about these bunkers, and like the one under the Getty, you've got to realize that this is continuity of government. They were built by the Army Corps of Engineers. They're managed by the NSA. This is the U.S. government. There are no white hats rescuing children from tunnels, because it's not tunnels, it's bunkers. Tunnels are transport tubes between bunkers. Bunkers are the size of a city. Nobody's blowing up bunkers. Nobody's rescuing children. And if they were going down there and rescuing the children, where are they? Why are they not being returned to their parents? The parents have a right. It's just like, when Allie Carter says that she had to kill children to get out of the damn Getty. Why don't you go to the parents of those children and tell them that you killed their children? Why don't you tell us how many children you killed and how you did it? And I think that the people, obviously the victims, the family of the victims deserve closure. They need to know where those children went. And so ultimately, all these people are going to wake up and realize those children that disappeared have gone under the Getty. They have gone into bunkers like that, and that is just the way it is. And I'll tell you, something else pointed something out to me just the other day, because, obviously I'm dealing with a lot of psychics and people that can feel this stuff. One of my people was in the Denver airport, and I said, I'm in the Denver airport right now, but it doesn't feel anything like it feels like in L.A. Well, that's because the Denver airport isn't the same as the bunker under L.A. The bunker under the L.A. is where all these damn children are. Different bunkers are used for different purposes, and not all of them are these satanic ritual abuse factories. Some of them are worse than others. Dulce is almost completely dedicated to trying to develop synthetic blood product to feed to these aliens so they don't have to kill humans. They've been doing that for a long time. They do horrible genetic experiments down there involving hybrids and what do they call those, chimeras, those things. Yeah, that's all happening. But every single one of these bases is a target, but we, ultimately the only way that we're going to do this is through the Getty, because once we go down there, we're connected to everything else. And the Getty happens to be the main bunker, because that's where the throne of the crown is. That's where they put it. That is the base of power. That is the Bastille. That's what we have to crash into and take over if we're ever going to want to end this crap forever. So in other words, invading Denver is not going to do it. Montauk, Dulce, take your pick. All these bases, it's not going to do it. But the Getty is going to do it because they said it was going to happen. They told me that they lose because of this mission, because we occupy the Getty. They didn't use that word, of course, but they basically said that they are the weak spot. They know it happens. They know that they're the target, and they know that when they fall, the entire system falls. Now, why would I ignore that? Especially when I know they can't kill me, because I've physically seen they can't kill me, and because they told me they can't kill me. And a lot of people have ego problems with that, and they think, oh, I'm just, what do you get? Tough shit. You know what? I had to live a pretty crappy life to come to that realization and lose everything. And if you found out that this enemy couldn't kill you, what would you do? What would you do? You would probably, hopefully, do the same thing that I'm doing, and you'd be doing it for everybody else and not for yourself. That's really what it's all about.
Well said. And for people who know about this stuff, remember the legends of Nightmare Hall? I think it was Area 51 or Dulce. What actually happens on the different levels? It's very, very scary stuff. And I've got to say this as well. That's so important. If people really gave a shit about people and things coming into the country, it has to be checked. They write their laws to protect themselves. I remember hearing this female whistleblower with the CIA. She was on Jeff Rance. And Stephen, she was talking about exactly what you're saying. And they bring these children in through the shipping containers. They've got complete immunity. And before I was talking about trauma-based mind control. Could you imagine these poor little children stuck in shipping containers, usually tied up? And she says by the time that they arrive into the ports, like 30-40% of them are dead. The ones that are surviving, they've been broken through the trauma-based mind control. And lots of them will go underground, and there'll be billionaires and millionaires there. They'll have secret auctions down there at the port with these children. That's what we're actually dealing with.
Yeah, I've been told that, from a survivor, of course, a victim, that she said that sometimes when they're taking these little children down there, they they actually have to travel quite a bit. They have to walk pretty far to get to where they're going because the entrance, it could be in Disneyland, and they may have to actually travel all the way to, say, like underneath one of these universities, UCLA or whatever, to get their adrenochrome sucked out. And a lot of little kids don't even make it because they don't have the stamina or the strength to travel those distances, and they die on the way. That happens.
It sure does. It sure does. Okay, so let's get into it too. Just the structure itself with the Getty Museum. And again, let's get into it. There's priceless artifacts that are in there. Talk about the cement slab that was actually laid there, what it's made of. It looks like a harmless museum, Stephen, but when you understand with your information, this thing's like a fort. It's crazy. It's like Solomon's Temple or something, bro.
Well, yeah, Solomon's Temple is definitely the theme of what they're trying to achieve with that travertine marble and all that. I mean, if you look at the way they have that stuff positioned, it's almost like they're trying to make it look like the Western Wall. They do that on purpose. So, but yeah, and of course, Solomon's Temple is a perfect example because it was Solomon's Temple where all the satanic stuff was going on, which was based, of course, upon the Phoenicians. All right, dude, do me a favor. I got to mute for a second and run to the head. Old man. All right. I'm going to call old man on you. So go ahead and talk. I don't bring anything in, but just give me like 2 minutes. Be right back.
No worries at all, mate. No worries at all. Okay, I'm going to try and find this quote here about Nightmare Hall, the different levels that exist under these underground bases being built all over the world, and what could be happening down there, hideous genetic experiments, all sorts of really, really crazy stuff. And the Getty family, Jean-Paul Getty. You might not have heard about him. You've probably heard about the Rothschilds. We've all heard about John D. Rockefeller. I'll try and put his picture up in the nest. This guy was a British petroleum industrialist. And like I said before, in the 60s, Guinness Book of Records declared this guy the world's most wealthiest man. And there's just an incredible story behind this Getty family who did apparently fund the construction of the Getty Museum. His children eventually got knighted. He had a grandson who was kidnapped. It's a really incredible story. And it links in with people like Gavin Newsom, whose father was the trustee of the Gettys. Like, you can't make this stuff up. The connections, Stephen, are just next level. And what do you reckon? I've got to ask you too before we get into it. What do you reckon about the presidential election? Because you see all these people wrapped up in it. And, we were speaking about it. There's people talking about the white hats are doing everything. Just sit back. You don't have to do anything. Let me tell you, there's no children being brought out of the Getty Museum, not yet. And if you think that's the case, this QAnon stuff, people buying into Donald Trump, what's your take on the presidential elections and stuff like that, Stephen?
Well, obviously, there's no argument that Biden is incapable to be president, and he's obviously a puppet for. I believe that Obama is running domestic policy and Hillary is running the foreign policy. That's basically what Obama or what Biden is all about. Trump is certainly a superior candidate when it comes to physical ability to, not be senile and stuff like that. So yeah, if you had to choose between the two, Trump is certainly better. But when you get down to it, there's not a whole lot of difference when it comes to who's really pulling the strings. Trump is certainly, well, he's a Chabad Jew, which is what the people running Ukraine are, which is what the people running the White House are. It's again, it's that polarity thing, but when you think about the two sides, I mean, there really isn't a good side. There really isn't. And obviously, they're not going to give us a choice that's any better. And I think that Kennedy is no better at all. I mean, my God, you see him with that Rabbi Shmuley or whatever his name is. He's just as sucked into it as everybody else. And it's extremely hard to find any politician who really is with it. But again, like I said, modern humans, including my people and everyone here listening and everyone else out there, we want to see paradise. We want to see the evil end. But at the same time, are we really, really willing and ready to give up the entire reality that we take for granted right now? That includes money, the money system, having to get up and work, do all these things that humans take for granted. No, in a paradise situation, in a service to others situation, none of that's going to happen. I mean, my God, I was talking to my buddy, and he said that in the last 2 years, well, I mean, food prices, we all know food prices are up, what, 4 times? You know, they are trying to kill us. They're trying to starve us. They're trying to kill us with drugs. We know that. And so this political nonsense is just extending it. So, you know, it's like when Trump was president, you know, the Kofifi crap. I actually had people coming to me and saying that Trump had special chemtrails that were good chemtrails, and that Trump's 5G was good 5G because he had special Kofifi elements in there that counteracted the negative. I mean, come on, people.
And his vaccines were different too, Stephen.
Yeah, special vaccines. It's all bullshit. It's like, and you know, it's funny because it's like when we, my experience with dealing with this whole, you know, the victim community that's been attacking me and all that, they're no different. These guys will make up whatever they need to try to make it fit the narrative. And this is why they're going to such outlandish lengths to try to get rid of me, because my message completely destroys the narrative, because nobody rescued any children, and my message has not changed through 2 different completely opposite administrations. So, you know, again, there really is only one rule of thumb here, and that is who says Getty. I really don't care who you are. I mean, if you are not aware of what's going on under the Getty by this time, and you are not willing to entertain the idea that the enemy is really working underground in these bunkers, you're just ignorant, and you can't possibly be part of the solution. So, you know, and I challenge the entire truther community to make this priority number 1. From here on out until this thing is done. You guys could talk about whatever you want once Satan has been defeated, but for now, until you all get on the same page and you get behind this one banner, there's only one banner that's going to win this, and that is Occupy the Getty. And I will die saying that, and I won't even be talking about anything else. But yeah, you want the sex crap. I'm sorry, go ahead.
It could really be the key to unlocking this stuff, because let me tell you, you're not going to get into the top secret military bases, but this thing stands right there in LA. And I just want to say this quickly too, because it's a sore point for me. I see all these Trump supporters. They're great people. They're great patriots. And again, I'm on the outside looking in. I don't know. You know, maybe are there some sort of good faction of the military that might have selected someone like Trump? Because I don't believe he's an inherently an evil man. And it's not something that I want to talk about too much because it creates so much division. But we still have to speak our truth to say. It's the same old thing that somebody else is coming to save you. There's too much bad history there. Going back to Cohen, his background, it's just not reality, Stephen. It really isn't. And we have to call it out.
Well, that's absolutely true. And I know a lot of people will say that, well, you know, God chooses an imperfect hero, and he had to, you know, he split with us at one time. And sure, I was right with you. I wanted to believe that too. Okay? But again, when you get down to it, if you're not pushing my mission, if you're not behind me, if you won't say Getty, if you won't acknowledge the truth that I'm trying to get out there and help me get it out there, you're the enemy. And if anything, that man shut me down many times. Trump was worse to me than Obama. I mean, obviously, during the Obama era, we had Twitter being completely screwed up. We had Facebook. We had all this stuff. I mean, and it still is screwed up. But Trump didn't fix that. You know, he created his Truth Social, but I'm not on Truth Social. You know, I mean, I'd say that in the reality, it was Elon Musk that has done the most for this country in freedom of speech, even though Elon Musk is probably satanic. So it doesn't matter what you do, both sides of every single issue are going to be controlled by the enemy. That's just the way it is. And if you think that one smells better than the other, Maybe they do, but that does not mean they are still not connected. They're still, they're not connected to the enemy. And this is something that we have to realize. And even dealing with aliens and all this stuff. I mean, when you open your brain to this concept of these different, grays and reptiles and all this stuff going on out there, you have to understand that they all have different versions of the truth. And nobody has a monopoly on this truth. And even if I say, okay, well, the Pleiadians, they seem to be the good guys in this equation. They seem to be the ones that really have our best interest at heart. Ultimately, I don't trust them either. The only thing I'm going to put any faith in 100% is Jesus, period. Period. And that includes all humans. I want to take everyone assume that everyone is good until proven otherwise. But in this business, you have to be skeptical, and you have to put your faith in the only thing that really is deserving of that, and that is not on this earth.
Very well said, Stephen. And it's so true. Elon's another one of those figures as well. There's so many aspects that I do like about the guy. But when we understand what we're talking about a secret government that have built all these underground bases and what some of the whistleblowers have actually seen down there, we must come to a realization that it's just not the reality. And anyone talking about that, it's like you're actually participating in a soap opera. And I don't want to be rude to these people. It's pointless. It's frivolous. It's a dead end road. And it was deliberately created by the controllers to keep us all going round and round in circles. I'm going to read now just quickly from some stuff from Phil Schneider. And it also gets into what people have seen in these underground bases, which I can bet's actually happening down under the Getty as well. This is what it says. According to Phil Schneider, this is from David Icke's Children of the Matrix. According to Phil Schneider, there are several main levels underneath, at least 10 sub-levels, a 4.5 square mile underground city, and an 88.5 square mile underground base. The Denver base is said to include massive containment camps and fenced-in areas deep underground for holding dissidents. Workers who experienced the deeper levels of the base saw scenes so terrifying they have refused to talk about them. From other sources, however, we can imagine some of what they saw. These bases are where many of the millions, yes, millions of children go missing every year worldwide. I know it's hard to stomach, but they are used for slave labor and eaten by the reptilians, just like humans eat chickens or cows. Workers at the Dulce base in New Mexico have reported seeing the most grotesque sights in the lower levels. Researchers Bill Hamilton and the TAL level, also known as Jason Bishop III, gathered the following information about Dulce, which they published in UFO magazine. This is what apparently one of the workers saw. Level number 6 is privately called Nightmare Hall. It holds the genetic labs. Reports from workers who have seen bizarre experimentation are as follows, quote, I have seen multi-legged humans that look like half human, half octopus, also reptilian humans and furry creatures that have hands like humans and cry like a baby. It mimics human words, also a huge mixture of lizard humans in cages. There are fish, seals, bird, and mice that can hardly be considered those species. There are several cages and vats of winged humanoids, grotesque bat-like creatures, but 3.5 to 7 feet tall, gargoyle-like beings and draco-reptoids. Level number 7 is worse. Row after row of thousands of humans and human mixtures in cold storage. Here too are embryo storage vats of humanoids in various stages of development. One worker said, quote, I frequently encountered humans in cages, usually dazed and drugged, but sometimes they cried and begged for help. We were told they were hopelessly insane and involved in high-risk drug tests to cure insanity. We were told never to try and speak to them at all. At the beginning, we believed that story. Finally, in 1978, a small group of workers revealed and discovered the truth. This has been happening for decades. It's happening in my country, and it's happening right beneath our feet. And you want to talk about a spiritual battle, Stephen? That's what we're dealing with.
Definitely, most definitely, this hell on earth. I mean, my gosh, just look at the damn the vaccine that so many people took. It's altering your DNA. Your DNA is your blueprint, your soul. once they cut those strands and insert the foreign mRNA, you're not a human anymore. You're not you. You're a product. You're owned. You probably, it's just like when we talk about going through the jump rooms. You've lost your soul, because your DNA is your address to God. It's just like it's your address. That's the best way of putting it. And altering that DNA is basically changing your address and smashing your phone. You are losing your connection to source, and this is a very bad thing. And I'm sure this is something they've been trying to develop for thousands of years, no doubt. Ever since they hybridized humans the first time, they've been looking for a way to separate us from source. They tried to create entities, living humans, that didn't have the ability to, or didn't have a soul, but they had no control of that. As soon as we were born, we have a soul, and that was something that they couldn't control. So they're doing everything they can to try to separate that soul's connection to source, and that's what this mRNA nonsense is.
That's the big picture of it too, Stephen. And I like to believe that that can't happen too. But with their level of technology, that's what they've been after now for decades and decades. Have they figured out that thing that can actually disconnect us from source? I don't know. And I don't like to think about that. Stephen, I just think you might have dropped out with the connection. Are you there, mate?
Yeah, I just did the co-host thing. I know it's not really an issue right now. See, what have we been doing here? How long have we been here? Not that long yet, huh? What?
Like,
Oh,
we've
look at
been
that.
here.
It's almost
Been,
2 hours, huh?
couple of hours. We've got a lot of people listening. Don't forget, guys, follow Stephen Kelley. Just amazing information. Check out the audio book that I will put in the comments section. And you want some good old school information like Phil Schneider's lectures, you've got to go check out Stephen D. Kelley's, those lectures that you did. I think it was across America. It was definitely over 10 years ago. They are still to this day, Stephen, some of the best information you'll find because you get into the nuts and bolts of the conspiracy, but you also go all the way with the different alien races and potentially who's really controlling this planet, which I just find fascinating.
Well, let me just say this in my defense. 10 years ago, I didn't know what I know now. It's just like going back into when Trump was elected and beat Hillary. I didn't know what I know now. We're all learning, and that's constantly what, our resources of knowledge are constantly being revised and updated. So I would just say that my focus and what I really understood about the true nature of all this stuff has greatly expanded since that original lecture. And this is important because I think that what I say today, I may have to modify sometime in the future because things have changed.
I love that you said that. It's so true. I'm the same as well. You think back to where we all were a couple of years back before that even. We have to be able and willing to say, do you know what? If you present better information, I'm willing to change my beliefs or what I think's actually going on. Because the truth is, nobody has all the answers. We were speaking about that just before and in the last space I did with the MUFON National Director of Australia and New Zealand. We have to be willing to do that. So many people get caught in the cul-de-sac. They get stuck in a box. And I put religions with that as well, Stephen. All these people just so stuck in their ways, they're never going to be able to think outside the box or change their belief system. And when you do that, you're not growing and you're not evolving.
That's that open mind thing. I mean, it's like when I first got into the whole CIA and all that stuff, you get exposed to things that completely clash with what you've been programmed and what you've been taught in school for all these years, and you realize it's not true, and that affects your political beliefs, your beliefs of history, and your religious beliefs, etc. So unless you're able to develop an open mind and developed a method of absorbing information without attaching your emotions to it and deciding if what's right, what's wrong. All information is information. Some information is better than others, but it's all just information. You've got to file it all away because it could be 10, 20 years later, something will happen and you'll go back and you'll say, wow, I guess that was right. And yeah, so if I am wrong about something, I'll be the first one to say it, and that includes people. If I call out somebody and say that this person's wicked or whatever, If I find evidence to the contrary, I will say so. Just like when I said, wow, Trump's not what I thought he was after I spent so much time trying to get him into the damn White House. I was wrong. I made a mistake. I did not do my due diligence. I did not do my homework. My hatred for Hillary clouded my judgment, just like your hatred for Biden today clouds your judgment. And unfortunately, in this system, it's screwed. And I'll tell you something. Yes, I am running for president, and yes, I am on the Federal Register of Candidates. I have registered with the Federal Election Commission, whatever you call it. But the point is, and Vladimir Putin made a big point about this, which I think was extremely valid. When Trump was having issues with the Georgia Secretary of State and these various different states that were trying to exclude him from the ballot, Putin came out and said, gosh, why are these states interfering in a federal election? That's exactly true. I'm not running for president of a state. I'm running for president of a country. And what right does some partisan Secretary of State have to decide whether or not I'm a legitimate candidate, I should be on that state ballot? It's BS. It's not, it shouldn't be like that. You look at other countries, they have dozens of candidates on their ballot. Same thing in Russia. When Putin was reelected, there were dozens of candidates on that ballot, and some get tiny percentage of the vote. But this BS crap that we're dealing with, this dual party system, is a complete function of this dual polarity satanic thing that they have been mastering for so long. This is not a damn football game. We're not rooting for our team. Our quarterback, if our quarterback is a murderer and a pedophile, we shouldn't be raising them up and idolizing them because they're our quarterback and not the enemy's. And that's definitely extremely important.
It's so important. It's the same here in my country as well. They've got this two-party system, which, it's a brilliant way to control the people. You think you've got a choice. They call it a democracy. Give me a break. That's why the dictatorships, they're finite, and even kingships and stuff like that, royal families and stuff, it's finite. They've got us in a system now where we have the illusion of choice. What about a different system where there's not two parties, where there's lots of different people that can get involved, at least to hear something different? When I tried to watch that presidential debate, the issues were absolute milquetoast garbage. And I want to ask you, Stephen, if you were to run for office, what would your platform be, mate? What do you think's important to save America?
Well, that's really easy. I mean, I've actually got my platform listed on the, what is it? It's pinned to the top of my Truth Cat thing here. But I want to talk about this whole democracy nonsense, because if you look at the Bible of the enemy, the protocols of the learned elders of Zion, that is their playbook. That is the rules that they use to take over the world. And their number one motive, their number one policy is to destroy monarchy. Okay, they've been trying to destroy monarchy forever. Why? Because they want to replace it with another monarch. The Antichrist, this character that they're telling us is destined to take over, is called a despot, a very wicked and evil despot. And we are programmed to think that the concept of a despot is wicked, but the reality is a despot is just a king. And ultimately, why is a king? Sometimes it's because they win a battle, like King David. He was a shepherd boy who killed Goliath, and suddenly he's a king. No, ultimately the reason for that is genetics. There is a reason why people have made these people leaders, is because genetically they've got the gifts from God that give them the power to make these choices. Now, obviously, you look at the Habsburgs, you look at all these various kingdoms that have, the Windsors that have degenerated into, incest, etc. Obviously, that's corrupt. But the thing is that we know that the people who are really leading this earth are trying to foist upon us a worldwide king. And that is this thing they call the Antichrist. And they think that when the time comes, that they will select this thing. It's just like saying Christ is going to come back. Christ the King is going to come back. Yes, I firmly believe that. And I firmly believe that ultimately democracy was a tool created to keep us in control. When you tell everybody that they're equal and you tell everybody that they should have a process in making these rules, what happened? We get our AOCs, we get our Fettermans, we get our idiots. I mean, come on, how many idiots do we have to look at that have been voted into office? I mean, obviously these people are incapable, and it's just like they say in the protocols that they're going to turn it into a big drama like in Congress where you've got all these fools that are easily controlled, that are doing nothing but trying to pump their egos and make a buck. They don't get anything done. A king can make an executive decision. A king is the father. The father. This is really what it gets down to. It's just like back during the time of Adam. When Adam was alive, he had many, 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 many generations under him, and they did not fight. They were one big human family, and they didn't kill each other. They didn't steal from each other because Daddy was there, and everybody looked up to Daddy, and nobody wanted to upset Daddy. That's what the king is. The king is the only one that can bring peace to the world, unite everything, because the king is Daddy, and the king is not going to do anything to hurt the children, because the king loves the children as he does himself more than himself. And ultimately, we need to have a leader that doesn't care about money, doesn't care about ego, doesn't care about position, but cares only about making sure that we have paradise on earth, not the crap that we have now. Kings don't sit on golden toilets. Technically, the way it works with a king is a king owns everything and at the same time owns nothing. Okay?
Well
That's
said,
how
well
it
said.
works.
You know, and it's actually looking at you right in the face there. The fact that they're all related to each other. You go to Burke's Peerage, it's like the Bible of genealogy. 44 of the US presidents can be traced back to these European bloodlines, back to the papacy, to the King Charlemagne. They're all related to each other. You think you've got a democracy? Secret societies, Freemasonry runs down under here, Stephen. The illusion of democracy is something that we need to absolutely get out of our heads because, you know, presidents aren't elected by ballot, they're selected by blood. And I'm just going to read a few of your points here. Here's Stephen D. Kelley's platform for 2024. Tell me if you'd vote for this, folks. Abolish the Federal Reserve System and establish of a non-fiat currency. Repatriation of all equity from Federal Reserve System, domestic and abroad, implementation of secure borders to ensure integrity of a new monetary system, complete inventory of all gold reserves, including wealth stored in NSA bunkers, overhaul banking and usury, change laws of brokerage, insurance, and banking, ban on all digital currency products, complete overhaul of American security agencies, including NSA, CIA, FBI, etc., abolishment of the Patriot Act, the return of the First Amendment and the removal of corporate control over free speech, term limits in Congress and the banning of insider trading by members, and all tenure of career bureaucrats in the US government, banning of any dual citizen from holding any office in the USA, complete review of all foreign policy, and the end of the support for the American coup in Ukraine, a real removal of all mafia from American politics, and a shutdown of mafia operations worldwide. Reindustrialize the USA, reverse the print money, make nothing doctrine in effect now. Bring all Taiwanese semiconductor production to the USA with any Taiwanese that want to live here. Engage Russia in an effort to solve the Fukushima problem so that we may all live. Complete budget overhaul, including non-discretionary spending. Remove all laws protecting drug companies from lawsuits, and all vaccine programs until new evaluations of the entire program have been completed. Return American medicine to non-profit and pursue those that have abused our funds. Remove all gender alteration and end the war on testosterone. Ban GMO food and the right to patent life. Ban geoengineering. Retract any global warming initiatives. Ban CRISPR tech and prohibit any product from any country where this is used. Remove spyware, backdoors from consumer devices. Compensate consumers. Take control of all high-speed internet encryption. Hold all service providers, including utilities, to a serving the public public policy and not the profit system in place now. Overhaul American school system, including the banning of teachers' unions. Fair social security to people who paid in, with realistic adjustments for dollar value paid in. Ban on all foreign ownership of land or corporations or banks in the USA. Ban on anything coming into the USA without inspection for any reason, including art. Release ion drive technology to consumers and American aviation industry. Create a national agency to absorb MIC outside of the CIA. Remove all military from Syria and Iraq. Lift all sanctions. Review entire foreign and practice. American energy for America's first. Rescind law allowing mainstream media to report lies to American public. A national campaign to plant trees in urban areas. A national campaign to bring scalar tech to the auto industry to lower pollution. An end to maritime law in the USA and the removal of gold trim from all flags of the USA. The demilitarization of the police and an end to asset forfeiture laws. Remove any ban on cannabis and release any person convicted of non-violent cannabis-related crimes. Release and exonerate Julian Assange. Ban any late-term abortion unless the mother's life is in danger. Prevent any prohibition of family aid to homes where the father is present. Promote the spray and neutering of pests and ban kill shelters. Now, there's a platform for you. There's some real issues. What do you reckon, ladies and gentlemen? Stephen D. Kelley for president.
Thank you. Hey, it sounds better coming from you, but that's, I should say, MIC, Military Industrial Complex. That is a problem.
Hey,
Obviously, the
sorry, Stephen.
pharmaceutical.
Sorry, Stephen. Do you mind? We've got some really big names who are actually in this space, and Stu Peters just popped in and wants to speak. Do you mind if we actually bring him up to talk,
All
Stephen?
right, Stu Peters, you're welcome, and please join us, and thank you for your patience.
Now, Stu Peters is a very interesting guy, mate. He presents so much good information, and I really like what he's doing. I don't agree with everything the guy says, but he's really making a huge impact, not only on this platform but all around the world. Stu Peters, how you going, mate? Thanks for joining us.
Yeah, of course. What is it that you don't agree with? I would like to address that
But
first.
let's not go there, Stu. Come on, man. Let's focus on what we agree on tonight, okay? Let's keep it positive.
Well, no, I mean, I think that if we're involved in echo chambers, we continue to propagate a narrative that has put us in this position that we're in now, which is apathy and
All right, well,
complacency. And
Stu,
I
let
think that
me
having
let me
real
address that.
discussions is
Okay.
is actually what we should be doing.
All right, let's.
I
Stu,
totally agree, mate.
I'm happy to have you here, and yeah, like Reptile says, I don't agree with everybody, but it's just like Gray. We find common ground, and we're humans, and we can be friends. Okay, Stu. So that being said, I'm going to shake your hand here. Shake your hand. All right, you're here as a friend tonight. We're here as your friend tonight too. And so I don't want to generate any negative feelings about anything. And I know something brought you here right now. So why don't you tell us what really motivated you to join this conversation? You got the floor.
Stu, are you there, mate? Stu Peters.
Yeah. So when I saw ex-CIA NSA contractor Stephen D. Kelley, of course, anybody who is ex-CIA, if there's any such thing as ex-CIA, I don't know if there's any such thing. Um, but of course, I'm interested in hearing that because this is an intelligence apparatus that is driving this country's dick into the dirt. And so, of course, I want to hear what somebody has to say who purports to have been on the inside of that subversive organization that's funded by Jews. But when I first joined, and the host says, "I don't agree with things." It's my style to say, "What don't you agree with? Let's find some common ground." So I think for the kumbaya mentality and the turn the other cheek and the let's celebrate something when we really don't have anything to celebrate right now in this country yet, I think that's coming very soon. We'll have a lot of things to celebrate very soon. But I think that when somebody says, "Hey, let's address what's not our common ground and let's have that discussion," and then somebody says, "Whoa, whoa, 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 let's not do that," that that to me indicates, yeah, this is like CIA tactics. I mean, that's very
All right,
subversive.
Stu.
That's
Now, obviously, you have not read my book. Am I correct?
you are correct. I
All
haven't
right,
read your
very
book.
good. Now, I would advise you and everyone else here, go get my book. It's free. It's only 200 pages. It's a quick read. You can read it in one night, and then you'll know exactly what CIA contractor means, okay? Because
Okay, well, you interrupted me after asking me.
I'm going to keep interrupting because you're disparaging me
Yeah,
right now. I
that's
am
another
not fucking
CIA tactic.
CIA. I'm not NSA. I'm a contractor. That means they paid me to make shit. Okay?
That's another subversive tactic, the interrupting.
All right, look. Sorry, Stu. I know you got some status and all this, but I'll shut you off quick as shit. Okay? So don't give me the subversive shit because if
Well,
I
that's
want
okay.
to
Shut
look,
me
you want
off.
to get
That's fine.
subversive? Why in the fuck did you look, Stu, pardon me for raising my voice with you, but the only reason I even know who you
very
are,
high
the only
emotions.
reason I even know who you are, I'm going to talk over you now, is because of Allie Carter. That's the only reason I know who you are. Okay? That's the only reason. Now, Allie Carter is a Satanist, and I would have loved to have the opportunity to address her. She would have worked with me because she came out and talked about the Getty, and of course, I know you're got a hard on for the Jews. I agree. I do too. But I'd rather call them Phoenicians. Okay. Now CIA
No, they're
bullshit.
Jews.
Yeah, whatever you. Okay. Anyway, I know that's your job, and of course, my job isn't to polarize. My job is to rip the scab off and to open up Pandora's box and let everybody see the truth without having to use my voice. That's what the Occupy the Getty mission is. Now, the little girl that you interviewed, Allie, I would like her to basically do a lot more. And when I heard her talking, on your show, the stuff she described, a lot of it was right on. One of the things that she said that struck me the most is when they got in that elevator and the door opened up down there, the first thing, her ears popped. That is one of the most incredible revelations I've heard because, yes, it's a pressurized environment down there, and she said it smelled and reeked of death. Of course it does. Of course it does. That's why it's pressurized to push that shit out. That was very accurate. But I'd like to know where that door is that she said she went down in the garden area. I'd like to know exactly where that door is. Okay, I'd like to have some very detailed descriptions of everything down there. I'd like her to be deposed. And sure, the FBI and the police are all corrupt, but she should have worked with me because she's got some good information. Now, she admitted to me that she killed children, and that's how she got out. And I think that needs to be addressed because a lot of people were talking about the victim mentality and all this crap with people saying, well, we got to celebrate the victims and all that. Well, you know what? A victim is also a material witness. And as far as I'm concerned, she needs to be giving testimony about what really happened, and this bullshit about Biden and Beyonce, et cetera, it doesn't work like that. This country is divided in two, and some people don't get to go down into these Nazi bases. And one person who's never under the Getty is Biden. So when you start getting all political, because I know damn well that Trump was there, because as soon as he was elected, the first thing he did was go to the Getty. They took him there and
One
they
of the
showed
first
him all the
mistakes that you
gold.
ever made was comparing me to Trump or alleging in some way
I'm not
that.
comparing you to Trump. I know you're hard on us for the
Yeah.
Jews, and that's your job, and that's fine. You serve.
What do you mean that's my
purpose.
job? It is the job of every patriotic American to identify a subversive infiltration and
Yeah.
occupation of its
And
government.
I think you're a subversive. I think you're COINTEL. Okay.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah, I think
Okay,
you're COINTEL. I think you're just like a failed
proof of that,
rapper
and who's
who
paying me?
found his calling promoting Trump. That's what I think you are. I
I
think,
don't
you're a
promote
bail
Trump.
bondsman, dude. You're like the
I don't
lower of the
promote
lowest
Trump.
of the low, dude.
Oh, the ad hominem attacks make
No,
you
ad
look
hominem
exactly how
attacks.
you
You're
are.
a bail
This guy's
bondsman,
a
man.
fed.
Bail
This guy's
bondsmen
a
are really
fed
shitty
by.
people.
This guy is a fed
Rappers
by.
are really shitty people. You, Stu, in my opinion, are a shitty person. I know you pretend to be a Christian, but you're not. You're a fake Christian, okay? And all you are, you're no different than Tommy Robinson coming in here telling us that the Jews are good and the Arabs are bad. Come on, that's just more polarizing bullshit trying to create a race war. That's all you're trying to do.
He doesn't want to have a proper discussion.
Nah, he
And,
just wants to
there's lots of
protect me.
people, including Stu Peters, Lucas Gage. And my whole thing is just the way that you go about it, which is a perfect example, mate. You didn't come up here for a discussion at all, Stu. And let me tell you, mate, you can talk about the Jews all day long, but what we're talking about is a global conspiracy that involves much more, mate. You could get rid of all the Jews, mate. This conspiracy is still going to go on.
Damn
It's
right.
deeper than that. It involves the Vatican, it involves the black nobility, it involves every single culture. It involves these deep underground military bases that have been built incessantly, and it involves entities that aren't even human. That's what we're hypothesizing here, Stu. So he
That's
didn't
right.
come up here for a discussion, Stephen. He just
We're all
wants to come
human.
up and accuse you of being a Fed. It's crazy.
Yeah, yeah. It's like I'm so tired of people saying, "Oh, once CIA, always love CIA." You know, it's contractor. I had a contract. My dad was CIA, or whatever the hell it was, but I wasn't. I don't get a Navy paycheck. Hell, I got only paid one time from these people, and the company was called what was it called? I don't know, it was some stupid thing. But anyway, it sure wasn't the CIA or the NSA. Hell, I didn't even know that I was working for Ollie North until the CIA told me many, many years later. So, yeah, whatever.
I
Anyway,
did a post on it just before. Guys like Lucas Gates are actually saying all Jews are satanic and evil, and that's not the case. And we should
no.
also be asking this: why, not too long ago, were you not allowed to talk about this topic, which was no good at all? But now, all of a sudden, it's all out there, Stephen, and these people have got carte blanche to say stuff like that, including almost stepping over the line and advocating for the genocide of a certain group. Now, I'm not accusing Stu of that, but I'll tell you what, some of the people that they're associating with are getting damn close, and there's an agenda behind this right now. And let me tell you where we go with this, it's not good at all. We're all heading down the path of destruction. And I don't know who to believe and what to believe, but I just feel in my heart that that's not the answer, Stephen. He's
But
entitled to his own opinion, and so am I.
you said it perfectly when the show started, when you quoted Ephesians, "For we wrestle not against flesh and blood." We are humans. We're not here to kill humans. We're all family. Yes, the Jews did a lot of terrible things, but you know what? Ultimately, this is based on greed and money and service to self, and ultimately we're going to change the entire society, and that's going to bring the entire human family back together. And so when you're harping about Jews, I have plenty of Jewish friends, and I know lots of Jewish people that think that I am very anti-Jew because of the stuff I talk about. But at the same time, I love them just like any other human. And I'll tell you, way back when, like Stu, I was very, very much anti-Israel. I hated what they were doing to the Palestinians. I hate what they're doing to the Palestinians now. I'm angry as fuck about what they're doing. But at the same time, we have to love each other. If the Jews are not loving the Palestinians, does it make us equal to them to hate them? It's the same damn thing. This humans hating humans bullshit. It's got to end. And ultimately, we wrestle not against flesh and blood. We're wrestling against higher powers, the demons, which is what this religion crap is all about. It's the demons. The demons are the enemy, not the human minions that serve those demons. We defeat the demons. We show the humans that serve the demons that we are stronger, and we welcome them back into the human family. And if they're guilty of genocide or incest or whatever, that doesn't mean we're going to allow that to continue, but we're not going to torture them, we're not going to punish them, we're going to treat them like the family that they are, and we're going to give them love. It may be tough love, but it's still going to be love.
Well
Bottom
said,
line.
Stephen. And I'm looking at a question here from Jen Lee, who says, Stephen, what advice do you have for our kids of the future about to join next? And it's just what Stephen said before. Can't people see how dangerous this is? We're doing it again. We're going round and round in circles here now. Zionism and Jewish supremacy, it's definitely an important topic. It's really, really important. And I've spoken about it as well. But what I see these people doing, it's not conducive at all, because there's Jewish families, Islamic families, atheist families, Christian families who all love each other just as much as your families do. And once we start promoting this bullshit, you talk about being a Fed there, Steve. We could say the same thing about you, bro. We're not asking anyone to believe what we're saying. You make up your own mind. How about that?
Well, it's true, and I'll point to something that I think should be the biggest indicator is that I don't have any money. If I was cared about money, I'd have $1 billion right now because of my inventions and all that crap. And even my book, it's free. I give it away. I don't care about the money. All I care about is the mission. If people send me money to eat, whatever, I get $1,000, $1,080 here every month for, what is it, Social Security. That's it. That's it. Okay? That's it. I'm completely dependent on handouts. I live in a ghetto. I have gangsters running around me. It's crazy. The sheriffs don't even want to come into my neighborhood. But I don't care. Okay? I don't care. Because I had to make a big cultural drop when I lost everything. But that is the price that you pay when you don't go with the program and you fight the enemy. They will take everything away from you. They can't kill me, but they could take away my family, my money, my livelihood, everything I own. And what are they leaving me with? Nothing but anger and a fire burning in me to destroy them. And that's why we're here right now. And that's why Stu's calling in, because this is so hot, it's blowing up. And the more it does this, the closer we're going to get to ending this bullshit once and forever. And we'll have paradise on earth, hopefully within the next year or so I can enjoy a few peaceful years like everybody else before I have to die. Gosh, I'd maybe even like to reunite with my family who won't talk to me because they are afraid and because everybody thinks I'm crazy. And you know what? So what? If I have to wear the label and people think I'm nuts, if people think, oh, you're a CIA, whatever bullshit label they want to give, I don't care. Because I've seen the enemy, I know where they live, and I know how to kill them, and I know how to bring paradise back to earth. And until that happens, I'm going to devote every minute I got to doing that. And I get no peace because during the day I'm doing this, and at night I'm fighting demons in the astral because I wrestle not against flesh and blood. So I'm not chasing after Jews. You know what? I could have very easily come out and said, oh, the Jews, Jews, Jews. But instead I said, open the damn Getty. And if there's Jews down there, let the chips fall where they fall. But you know what? It's not Jews down there. It's Jews and Nazis. And guess what? It's the same thing. So when someone comes along and points at the Jews, point at the Nazis too. And all you got to do is look at Ukraine. You got Zelensky running a Nazi country. What more proof do you need that they are the same thing? So anyway, I'm over the confusion. That's why the Getty is the only solution, because once we all get together, focus on this one stupid thing, we win. It's all over. The enemy has nowhere left to hide, and all the lies and the polarizing bullshit drop away to nothing. We'll see the truth. The truth will be self-evident. I don't care how much denial you're in or how much programming you have. Once Pandora's box is open, the truth will be self-evident, and if you intend to continue lying once it's in front of everybody's face, that's on you. Okay? But this mission ends it all, and I know it does because they told me it does, and they told me they can't stop it, and I already know they can't kill me. My God, I've had so many fuckers trying to kill me in the last 20, 30 years. I don't even care. I welcome it. I've lost everything. I want off this rock, but I don't get to leave this rock until I do my job, and my job is expose what's under the Getty, and as soon as that's done, I can get the hell off this planet, and you guys can go back to having good human lives and making babies and living in paradise. But for me, this is my job, and I don't have a way out of it, and I don't get no R&R, no vacation, nothing, no rest, no breaks. I do this until I die. That's it, okay? Now, you find one other person that's dedicated, that much dedicated to one simple mission, and I will let you take over, because, as far as I'm concerned, this is the only idea that makes any sense. It's the only plan that is an actual plan that will actually work. And if I could find one human out there that could come up with a plan better than the one I have, I would follow them. But unfortunately, I don't have any heroes. Okay? Everybody wants to have a hero. Well, guess what? I don't have any heroes. I wish I did. My heroes are dead. Phil Schneider, the rest of those guys, they're dead. Those are my heroes. And if you think that I can't be real because I'm not dead, well, it's not like I'm not trying. Come on. My God, I live 20 miles away from the damn Getty. I have NSA agent living across the street watching everything I do. Everything. So what do you think? I live in a fishbowl. When assholes want to screw with me, I give them my address. I said, bring it. Make sure you bring all your men so that we can take them all out in one fell swoop. I don't even care. Okay? There is nobody tough enough to take me out. And if there was, let them try. How often do I have to do this? My God, it doesn't matter. I go against. I went toe-to-toe with a Shin Bet. I went toe-to-toe with the Mossad. I went toe-to-toe with the IDF. Okay? Does that tell you anything, Stu? My God. You know, and on top of that, then there's the Nazis. Then there's the Mafia. Shit. I put the highest-ranking mafioso in jail where he died. Okay? Robert Vesco. Say the name. Robert Vesco. Say the name. Nobody wants to mention Robert Vesco. He ran the international mafia, and now he's dead because of me. Not because of Nixon, not because of anybody, because of me. All right? Anybody that fucks with me dies. Okay? And I'm not talking about little itty-bitty idiots like Gray. I'm talking about much bigger people. I mean, my God, Robert Vesco is like the most powerful man in the world. And where is he today? Dead. Shit. Roger Stone fucked with me. What happened to him? He went to jail. Okay? He went to jail. It's like, you fuck with me, you're either going to be dead or you're going to go to jail. That's just the way it is. Or you're going to be maimed and have some critical damn disease. And you know what? That's not me doing that. I don't know who does it. Could be Rambo, could be my angels, doesn't matter. I got a damn army behind me, and anybody that gets close that has any malice for me whatsoever, they're going to find out the hard way. Okay? It's not my fault. So bring it on. That's what I'm here for. People say, oh, it's like, Ray, oh, we're going to sue you. We're going to sue you. Really? You're going to sue me? Oh, my God. I have been trying to get this bastard Getty to sue me since, like, forever. Come on. 200, however. He's got an army of attorneys. He's got billions and billions of dollars. I can violate him. I can slander him. I could libel him all day. And he won't say shit. You know why? Because he's smart. The ones that trouble me are not the smart ones. The smart ones know better. They will not say my name because my name is what's going to bring them down. Put me in court. Make me testify. You can't kill me, so try to put me in the court of public opinion. And once that happens, it's going to be too late. The shit is going to come crashing down, and it's going to be over. And we're getting really, really close to it. That's why we're here right now. That's why people are here listening. That's why Stu Peters came into this room, because he's an ego working for the enemy, and I am his enemy because I am taking out all this COINTEL. Look at fucking Emma. Same thing, okay? The shit that I say, nobody says, and there's a reason for that, because everything else is bullshit. Occupy the Getty is the only thing that's real. It's the only thing that matters. It's the only solution. And the sooner everybody figures that out, the sooner we get paradise on earth. There will be no Antichrist. There will be no Armageddon because we're in control. We have the power to manifest our own reality, and if enough of us get on the same page, that's what happens. Okay? And I'm a real good manifester, so you don't want to mess with me. But if you want to lend your energy to me, great, because the more people that do, the quicker we get to where we got to go, and the quicker we can end this shit, and the quicker we can stop everybody from having to be a victim. My God, they're trying to kill us as fast as they can, as fast as they can. And the only thing standing between that destruction and genocide is Occupy the Getty. And if anybody out there refuses to say that, refuses to acknowledge that this is the answer, they are the enemy. They are COINTEL. So if you're sitting here talking about Jews and shit, you're the enemy. Okay? If you're like Tommy Robinson or whatever, oh, we gotta deport all the Arabs, they're so terrible, and blah, 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 and the black people or the Mexican people or the Indian people or whatever it is that you don't like, you are the enemy. Because we're all damn humans here. We're all brothers and sisters. We're family. There's nothing evil. We're all evil and we're all good at the same time. Yin and yang. It's constantly changing shades of gray. So nobody has a monopoly on goodness and nobody has a monopoly on evil. And as soon as you realize that, the sooner you realize we're all the same person. So this divisive polarity, anti-Jew, whatever the crap you want to call it, this is just more tools of the enemy trying to distract us and keep us on this path to hell that we're high-speed steaming into. And the only thing that's going to prevent that is Occupy the Getty. And guess what? It happens. Whether you like me or not, whether you think I'm full of shit or not, I win. Okay? Me, Neo, I'm the guy. I'm the one they sat down and said, you destroy us. Tell us how you do it. With all of your guys' help, because I need all of you to focus your brains and your eyes and your imagination on the one target that ends this evil on Earth, and that is the Getty Center. Okay? If we all put our focus on that one target, we'd all see it. The whole world would see it, and it would end. They would give up because we're extremely powerful. Humans are extremely powerful. We have a lot of power. Hell, 40,000 humans have enough, the same amount of power as the largest hydrogen bomb ever exploded on Earth. Only 40,000 humans. Give me 40,000 humans and I will take over this crap and I will end these bastards. I'm working at it right now. Okay? That's what I need. I need dedicated, passionate people that want to become psychic. They want to extend their God-given gifts. If we could get enough people that have learned to use their God-given gifts, you know, their psychic skills, their ability to fight in the astral, their ability to wrestle against, not against flesh and blood, but against the evil principalities, then we will win this shit and it will be over. But as long as we're fighting each other and not the real enemy, and I'm not talking about some damn genetic, religious whatever, but I'm talking about Satanism in general, which is no different. What is Satanism? It's service to self. It's greed and ego. So if you come in here with your greed and your ego and you try to tell me that you're serving the Lord, what a joke. That's all I can say.
You know,
money does not make you a good man.
You're a good man, Stephen. You really are. And this issue that we're talking about, it's bigger than just any one ethnic group. These Illuminati satanic families, mate, they go back to Europe. Yes, Judaism's involved as well. There's the Asian families. They're scattered all across the world. And, you know, we didn't just do this stuff yesterday for people that are trying to, you know, accuse us of not talking about certain issues. We're well aware of Jewish supremacy, Zionism. It's a very, very important issue, but it's not the way to go about it with people like Stu Peters and Lucas Gage. All that it's doing, Stephen, is pitting us against each other whilst also not looking at the big, big picture of what's happening, which is things like the Getty Museum, the Satanism that's involved all over the planet, children being mind controlled. You think it's all Jews doing that? You could get rid of all the Jews, this shit's still going to keep going on. And, you know, we can go back to people like Albert Pike who wrote about this, whether people say it's true or not. We're being pitted against each other. And Albert Pike, the prophecy. Look what's happening right now. We're going down the wrong path with following shit like this because you know what it is ultimately? It's just leading into hate, Stephen. That's all that it's doing.
Loosh.
Whether you hate Islamic people, Jewish people, Christian people, atheist people, all it's doing is promoting hate. And he doesn't want to have a conversation. All they want to do is get in their echo chamber and talk this shit. And again, the red flag for me is not too long ago, you weren't allowed to talk about this stuff, even saying 10% of what they say, you'd be kicked off these platforms. Now you go for it. Why is that? Because the same power structures here, the same power players are involved. Who are you, Stu? You accuse Stephen of doing that. Who the fuck are you, bro?
Talk about ad hominem attacks, right?
Give me a break, bro. Hey, do you want to open it up to some speakers? We can go for another maybe half an hour, Stephen. What do you reckon?
Well, you know, again, I appreciate this, and we can do this again. It's like I'm actually happy to see some, like Remy here up at the top. You know, I watch these people out there on the internet to see them here listening. I mean, even Stu Peters. You know, Stu, it's really unfortunate you chose to come in here the way you did with the CIA bullshit. It's just, you know, I have to use stuff to attract people's attention. It's just like saying I'm trying to run for president. I mean, come on, take me serious. These are words that we use to get attention because it obviously works. So, again, I extend my hand out, and I regret that I have to put up with the satanic side of people. It's just like Gray. He looks like a nice guy. He may be a little bit of a hick and all that, but you know what? Again, he's my brother. We're humans. We're technically all on the same side, but there's greed involved. There's ego involved, and that is the definition of Satanism, greed and ego. That's what they use to suck you in. So, oh my gosh, do we really have Marjorie here? Sure looks like it. Oh, press
That's the
something.
parody. Shout
Yeah,
out to her.
parody
She's
page.
fantastic
Okay,
too.
okay.
Yeah.
Ah, got me. Anyway, but
No,
yeah,
well said, mate. Now's not the time for division. If we're going to have any chance of humanity surviving what's actually going on, we've got to come together. We really, really do. And that doesn't mean we can't talk about. There should be no issue that's off the table. But when you come in like that, give me a break.
well, again, you know, somebody doesn't like it when somebody's getting a platform. And again, I appreciate you helping me. And obviously, this is just another example of the pushback you've had to put up with, right? I mean, Stu, come on, Stu, what's going on here?
Like, have a look at it, mate. We've got over 300 people listening anonymously. When do you see that? At least cut us some slack. At least Stephen and Reptile are up here. It's
Yeah, well,
unbelievable.
again, I think if we learned anything today, it's that we need to continue doing this, and you know, because you're doing a really awesome job right now, I tell you. And the very fact that we are able to have guys like Stu and Gray and what have you jump in and jump into the fray, it shows that we're not afraid of that, and we welcome it. I mean, obviously, I've had enough of Gray for one lifetime, but having Stu come in here, I'd like to say that, you know, no matter what I feel about the guy, it's still an honor, right? Reptile, you agree?
Absolutely. They've all got a lot of good things to say. As I said before, mate, we tried to extend the olive branch out there, but don't come up here with your attitude. Smile, Stu.
Well,
You're
here,
not
you
as
know
tough
what?
as they're all tough guys.
In
Give me a
Stu's
break.
defense, I'm going to say something. It doesn't matter how I feel about Stu. The other day, he did an interview with the survivors from the Liberty ship that was attacked, you know, by Israel. And that impressed me because I've always wanted to interview those guys myself, and I know they're getting old and there's not many of them left anymore. But that I say bravo, I say kudos on that interview, and that was a definitely a home run. But at the same time, the Ali Carter episode, yeah, you know, so yeah, we all have the potential to do a lot of great work, but if we use that and channel it into the wrong direction, then you're just working for Satan. Okay, so bottom line, service to others first. Number one, service to others. That is the only lesson that we should be trying to teach. Not Jews are bad, fuck the Jews. Come on, seriously. We all go to heaven. Even Satan and Lucifer get to return back to source. All creation returns to source. There is nothing that God created that is wicked and evil and disgusting and not capable of returning to source. Everything gets cleansed and returns to the source and starts over. That is the nature of creation. So all this polarity and hating one piece of creation, hating another piece of creation, it's stupid. It's absolutely stupid. If you want to go ahead and let some couple people say something, I know there's people dying to say something, and I know that Diamond was, if he's still here, we should probably let him go first. What do you think?
Absolutely. We'll go to speakers. Let's be respectful, question or comments. And you're right too, Stephen. Stu Peters has done some absolutely brilliant work, like those documentaries as well. I'm thinking about Died Suddenly. Fantastic doc. Even his latest one, Occupied, he's done some fantastic work. But just the confrontational attitude and you know, outright accusing you of stuff, mate, he didn't come up here for a discussion at all, which we could have gladly had. So tells me a lot again.
Yeah.
Over 300 people listening anonymously, huh?
If
All
I was
good.
working for the CIA, I'd be getting a paycheck or something. My God, the guy across the street. Remember, we're in a ghetto, but the guy across the street, he's got $400,000 in his portfolio, and he's living in a ghetto. Does that make sense? No. You live in the ghetto because
Let me tell you
you're
this
broke.
too, mate. We talk about the Mossad, another thing, they're very, very powerful. If the Jews were all powerful, why would all this be allowed to be happening right now if it wasn't some sort of an agenda? Ask yourself these questions. I don't have the answers, but again, you got to ask these questions. Mute your mic, mate. Let's move on. Let's go to Headless Giant. Thanks for joining us. Go for it.
Thank you so much, Reptile. This is a very important discussion to be had because it goes straight back into that left-right paradigm. What they're trying to do is divide and conquer yet again. And so I think this goes back to Adrian Vermeulen. So Adrian Vermeulen, back in 2008, he authored a paper with a guy named Cass Sunstein. Now, Cass Sunstein is Jewish, but Adrian Vermeulen is very distinct because he set apart this idea of cognitive infiltration in that paper. And cognitive infiltration is a technique of pretending to be like this other group, getting into the center of it, getting into the core of it, and then switching the message around. So Adrian Vermeulen has also garnered a lot of criticism for being a Catholic Universalist Catholic who wants to take over the entire planet. He wants to turn America into a Catholic nationalist plan. And if you look at all of these influencers, the one thing that you can see over and over again is that they are Catholic. This is coming from the Vatican. This is always the play that they've used to consolidate power, is to go after Jewish people. So what they're trying to do is supplant any sort of legitimate argument against the way Judaism is used as a mind control device and put in this Christ is King type line over and over and over again. It doesn't make a lot of sense because we're talking about current geopolitical issues that aren't being addressed because we're talking about who killed Jesus 2,000 years ago. It doesn't make any sense. Like, why aren't we addressing the plain and logical facts in front of us? That's what we should be doing. That's what connects with the most amount of people. But unfortunately, we get stuck into these 2,000-year-old cycles. And I think there's a lot of Adrian Vermeulen in that aspect.
Very interesting, mate. There's many different power structures around this world with immense power. You mentioned the Catholic Church and the Jesuits. Man, there's people who spend all their time going, Jesuits, Jesuits, Jesuits. And you know what? I can respect that as well. But usually you'll find at the very, very tip top of the pyramid, it's all one network anyway. And we're being pitted against each other, Headless Giant. Great
It all
points.
plays out. It all plays out in cycles.
Hey,
The
Headless,
Catholic Church
let me
knows
just
these
say this.
cycles.
Jesuits, Loyola, the guy that started the Jesuits, was a crypto Jew. He was from Spain. He was a Sephardic Jew that basically told the Inquisition that he was a Christian. Okay, he was Loyola, the founder of the Jesuits, had to go before the Inquisition and be tortured. And yes, the Jesuits are pretty damn wicked, but it's a crypto-Jewish thing. Okay, and besides, you talk about the Vatican, let's go back to the damn apostles. I talked about Thomas. Everyone likes to talk shit about Thomas and say that all these other apostles are what is the word? Apostate. They use apostate, they call them, as if to say that only Peter is the only one that's legitimate and the Church of Rome is the only thing that's legitimate. BS. Every single apostle is just as legitimate as every other apostle. That's all I want to say. But can we take another question or another speaker?
Yep, absolutely. Thank you, Headless Giant. Appreciate it. Okay, we're going to go to Woman Rider.
Love the name pronunciation. It's man, thank you. But woman is good too because that's the correct pronunciation of the English spelling of it. Stephen, I have a question for you in regards to absolute truth. And like you believe in Jesus. I believe in Jesus. Jesus was a Jew, but he didn't want to walk in Jewry. I know that because I read the Holy Bible. I worked as a TSSCI clearance person. I'm supposed to say I worked on computers. That's like the line that they teach you when I was in the army. So, but I believe in Jesus. My question is, what's the book that you read? How do you get your knowledge about Jesus? Do you just read like the King James Bible? Do you read Greek? Do you read Hebrew? I was a cryptologic linguist, so I want to know like how do you distinguish the truth? Because you've made a lot of truth claims and you've also postulated a lot of um, theory and what you believe to be reality. And oh, by the way, when you asked us to say like, I want to be a warrior and close our eyes and connect with Jesus. Like I've already done that, but I did it again just because I don't have a problem saying, Lord Jesus, you are the Lord. I believe in you. I want to be a warrior. I want to fight in this battle. And you can screenshot my face and look in my eyes
All right.
like
Oh, man,
I'm here.
don't forget the thank you part. It's very important.
Oh yeah. Thank you, Lord Jesus. And thank you for
For
the love.
letting me be a warrior, because you are a
Yes, thank you
warrior.
for letting me be a
We
warrior.
don't use the word want, but I see you here. Now, let me just say that let me just say this, okay? I can see your picture and all that, but I really want you to do is email me, and I'm just going to give out my email real quick, and this is not so I can connect to you, but this is basically, it's just part of the process. I'll send you out a little thing that kind of explains what's really going on. You know, I have a little thing that when someone expresses an interest in doing this, I send them a little thing that kind of explains what to expect and what's expected of you, okay? Now, because the reason is because the initiation process is basically what I would call a Reiki master initiation of sorts, and people have abused this. The first time I did it to somebody, he immediately ran to the NSA. This just happened to be a guy in Australia, coincidentally, and he, you know, there's a lot of NSA in Australia, but so in other words, I advise people that if you do this, that you have to promise not to abuse it. You have to promise to not really talk about it and run around and let your ego go nuts and try to say all these crazy things. But the thing is that you will gain skills immediately. You will become more charismatic. You're going to have a greater power of influence over people. And these are things that can be abused, you know, especially by a single guy that wants to pick up on girls. But so yes, with great power comes great responsibility. And I consider people becoming Jedi very powerful. And here's the other thing that you have to understand is that being a Jedi supersedes your life here on Earth. It's forever. It's your soul. It's forever. You're promising to Jesus to basically allow your soul to be used to fight against Satan at his discretion, at his convenience, and at his pleasure. Okay? This is what we're really
Yeah,
saying.
I believe I'm in that fight with you already.
All
Like
right, you are.
I've already had a translation experience, liquid love, light, you know, glory. Know my name's written in the Lamb's Book of Life. My main question to you, and this is the question I asked the Lord before he, like when he came to me when I was wicked in the army. I heard a voice say, "I'm calling you to be a minister," and I was like, I started cursing. I was a wicked soldier. I'm like, I don't want to be a minister. I've read the Bible. I don't want to be in double trouble for getting it wrong. I don't even know what bleeping Bible to read. How am I supposed to teach if I don't know what truth is? So my question to you is, have you had any um, Jedi experience or any experience personally? Where do you get truth from? I know the Holy Spirit is the teacher, and that's who we go to on the earth because he's been given on the earth. But
Well, let
my
me ask you.
question is,
Let me
yes.
just start with the first question, and then you can follow up. But your first question was basically where did the insight come from? Yeah, sure. I read the Bible. You know, I'm a Catholic. Okay, so we have a Catholic Bible, but there's also the King James Bible. There's the new, whatever. There's all kinds of different Bibles, and they basically say the same thing, with different word variations. Obviously, New Testament for me is the only thing that matters. I believe that the entity that they refer to as God in the Old Testament is actually Yahweh, which is not God. I believe the earth was created by an imperfect creator, which is the nature of creation. It's just like the Gnostic story about the sin, the earth being created by the sin of lust and passion. So technically, yes, it was lust that was responsible for the creation of all creation, just like lust is responsible for the creation of all of us. We were born because mommy and daddy wanted to screw because they had lust for each other. That is what love is. Love starts out as lust, turns into affection, then becomes long-term commitment. That sounds really nasty because, of course, there's all sorts of different kinds of love. But the other thing that I did say earlier in the show is when I got exposed to people like Phil Schneider, I got exposed to the CIA guys and the NSA guys and all that. I found out about the Pleiadians. I found out about the reptiles, the Greys. Every single one of these entities or organizations has their own belief system and their own version of the truth. And what happens is you've got to eventually learn, like I said earlier, to have a very, very open mind and to not judge and attach emotion to the information, because most of it is not going to settle and jive with what you know. And so I had to absorb not only all the various different earthly human belief systems, including the Satanism, the paganism, the Canaanite mythology, the Babylonian mythology, the Chinese mythology, the Korean mythology, etc., etc. You have to go back and relearn your history and go all the way back as far as you can to every country's, every culture's creation story and you take all that and you mix it up, and then you take what the Greys say, you take what the Pleiadians say, you take what the reptiles say. They've all got their own Bible. The Greys have a thing they call the Yellow Book. That's their Bible. The reptiles have their own version. Everyone's got a different version, a different belief system. So ultimately, the only thing you've got is Jesus. And why is that? It's because of all the creatures and all the entities in the universe. Jesus has a very specific job, and that is to be the liaison between us and the Creator. Because we do not communicate with the Creator. We don't even communicate with the Holy Spirit. We communicate only with Jesus because it's His job to relay that information to the Father. The Holy Spirit has a completely different job. It's like Rambo. The Holy Spirit is not, well, what does the Holy Spirit do? He kicks ass. The Holy Spirit is the one that has the ability to be with every one of us at the same time. It's like the tongue of flames. Very few entities can be in more than one place at the same time. And I'm talking not just physically in one timeline, but in every human, in every timeline, everyone that ever lived, and everyone that's ever going to live in the future. The nature of God, the nature of these entities on these different levels is very specific and for a very specific purpose. And we can't even comprehend any of this. We try so hard. Cultures, human cultures have created language to try to describe this stuff, and all they can do is get close. It's like when the Chinese or the Asians, they talk about chi, and the Hindus, they talk about prana, and the Catholics, they talk about grace, and on and on and on. It's all the same thing. So technically, it's just like Jesus said in the parable. We're all blind men feeling up that elephant, and we're all feeling different parts of the elephant, but it's all the same elephant. So ultimately, what we're talking about here is the same elephant.
Well said, Stephen. Okay, let's go to Jade Helm. How you doing, Jade?
Pretty good, pretty good. I'm glad to finally come in and speak with you, Stephen. I've been in other spaces that have talked about you being in other spaces, so I'm glad to actually listen to the information from the horse's mouth. You've said some really good things, like Ephesians 6:12 is something that I have as a background photo on my profile, where we do wrestle against, spiritual dark forces that are of this world, and not really um, against man itself. It's a higher plane that we really need to be looking at this from. And you know something that you just said resonated with me too, because 2 John 1:9, whoever transgresseth again and abideth not in the doctrine of Christ have not God. He abideth in the doctrine of Christ have both the Father and the Son. And you can't reach the Father without the Son. And um, you know a lot of this stuff that we're up against, it's a lot bigger than a lot of us can handle. And I think that also is some of the struggle that people are having waking up, because it's a hard reality check, and it breaks almost like a glass ceiling in your mind that you're not a lot of people aren't really ready to wake up from. It's easier to just stay asleep. So but yeah, you touched on like the Pope and the Jesuit order and whatnot, and I'm a firm believer in all roads lead back to Rome, and they kind of use the Jews as the merchants and the tentacles. When I read Revelation, it makes it very clear to me that that's kind of the outlook on how this whole thing kind of shakes out in the end. But my question for you is, what's your opinion on like the red heifer psyop type situation? Like they're trying to manifest in an end time type situation and scenario, is what it looks like from my perspective, by genetically modifying these heifers. Because I mean, let's be real about the situation. This ceremony hasn't happened in so long, and part of the reason is because it's so hard to get a blemish-free heifer, and the fact that they had five and now they're whittled down to four speaks volumes to me. So it just seems like they're trying to push something in that and manifest something that's not really of God's creation.
All right, I can answer your question, and I just want to give you props because you said it twice. The key word here is manifest. They're trying to manifest. Everything is manifestation. You mentioned Revelations. Revelations is a perfect example of the enemy trying to manifest something that does not have to be real. In other words, all of these distractions, all these words, all this crap people tell us, all this programming is ultimately so that we will all work together to manifest a result that they desire. I personally do not have any intention of manifesting an antichrist, a great beast, or any of that stuff. I intend to manifest paradise on earth, and that's what Occupy the Getty is. It's to get enough people together so that we can manifest a new timeline, a proper timeline, the timeline we deserve, and the timeline that has nothing to do with the crap they've been trying to shove down our throat. So, like you said, all their talk about this, God said this, and we got to do this, and this is destiny, and this is written in stone, and blah, blah, blah. BS. BS. All history, all future, all destiny is based on probability, on actions, and how people react, and how things happen after events take place. So all we have to do is do not do the actions that are necessary to facilitate this thing they're trying to manifest. That's why Occupy the Getty is so important, because if we all focused on this one thing and not the bullshit they've been trying to cram into our heads for the last 2,000 years, we can have the destiny and manifest a reality that we should have and that is correct. Not this hell on earth Armageddon bullshit. I say no. I say we manifest a peaceful transition of power from the dark side to the side of light, from the side of the service to self to the side of the service to others. So the service to other side needs to manifest a situation, a reality where we take over and we change our culture from 2,000 years, 25,000 years, 25 million years of greed and evil into one of paradise and loving and family and serving of others. Because in the world that I envision wealth will be measured in how much you serve others. Because if everybody was serving others, nobody would want for anything, because you'd get up in the morning and you go, what the hell can I do today to serve other people? How can I give more stuff to other people? And everyone else will be doing the same thing, and you're going to get more stuff than you ever had. Look at the energy that's tied up in these banks, the Queen of England, all that gold in these stockpiles. That is energy sitting there festering and doing nothing. That energy should be serving every one of us. None of us should be starving. None of us should be having to work like slaves, 40 hours, whatever the hell. And we shouldn't be having to struggle to eat, and we shouldn't be having all this crap shoved down our throats. We don't need any of that. We could all be living hell. In the days of Greece, you look at Plato and Aristotle and what have you, the societies that they envisioned, which was a reality based on living the perfect life and essentially serving others, they believed that at least a third of the population was going to be doing nothing but thinking great thoughts. And another third of the population would be contemplating the great thoughts being thought of by the other people. And only a third of the people would be doing everything else. So technically, no, we don't need to have a cull. We're overpopulated. Sure, we've got too many immature souls running around. Sure, the Illuminati is probably right about a lot of things. But I think that having to kill off 90% of the people for the elite, that's not fair. Okay, because we're all equal humans and we're all family, and we should be fair to each other, just like Adam was fair to every single human. Okay, that's number one. We need to go back to a fair system where we're all doing everything we can to serve each other and not be thinking of ourselves in the greedy, selfish way we do now. And that's what we're programmed to do, and that has to change, and it's not going to be easy, because every single one of us is worried about our livelihood and our being able to relax and all that. And I'll tell you who's got it the worst are mothers. Because mothers, once they have children, they're going to love those children more than all the other children out there. And in order for all of us to achieve enlightenment and paradise, we've all got to learn to love each other equally. And we got to love the other people's children just as much as our own children. And this is very important. And that's what unconditional love is, and that's the only way we win this war against the demons, because the demons are never going to get up and give up and hand us the keys to the Getty until they know that we have become elevated, advanced humans that are even more advanced than they are, because they think we're just a bunch of savages that want to cut their heads off, and that's exactly what we are. Like Stu over there. Perfect example. A savage that wants to cut people's heads off and punish. No. The punishment legal system we have today is satanic. Okay, Solomon was satanic. Screw Solomon. We're going to go and we're going to treat every human like they were our child. We are not going to kill them. We're not going to torture them. We're not going to punish them. You give birth to somebody, they do something wrong, even if they killed one of their own other children, you're still going to love them. You have to love them. That's your job. It's in your blood. And we all have to love each other the same way and realize that we're all the same person and we're all related. And that's the number one rule. And until we learn how to do that, we're never going to occupy the Getty and we're never going to get our paradise on earth.
Beautifully said, Stephen. And it's all at our fingertips, folks. All the world's problems have basically already been solved. The technology is there, hidden from us. All these problems can be solved. And again, when we look at all these things happening right now, we've also got to remember that this group, who I'm calling the Illuminati, which is not just Jews, it involves much more than that. They're doing everything they can to bring about the book of Revelations. So many of these events are orchestrated and planned to bring about this. And they've got their crazy plans like building of Solomon's temple and all the rest of it. But just beautifully said, Stephen. Bob Marley said, conquer the devils with a little thing called love. Sounds cheesy, but that's the answer. Let's go to my friend Ampo. Hello, Ampo.
Hey, thanks, Reptile, for having me up. Hello, Stephen. I wanted to ask you a question. It's kind of a pivot question regarding just your background with lasers. And I saw that you did the Law 17 laser, and it's still used to this day. My question was in regards to Lahaina. Would you say, or in your opinion, would you say that is a result of some sort of direct energy laser or weapon? And are you familiar with Lemuria also?
All right, well, let's talk about Lahaina first, and might as well talk about Paradise in California and what was it, Chile here recently, and Oprah's blue roof. Yeah, you know, in China, they're painting all the roofs blue right now. In South, they're doing that in China. Yes, it was a DEW weapon. A DEW is a directed energy weapon. It just means it's something, it's not a kinetic device like a bullet, but actually energy. And
just really quickly, Stephen, that's a DEW weapon, not a Jew weapon. Sorry, Stephen, continue.
Yeah, DEW, directed energy weapon. But yeah, anyway, the point is that, like I had mentioned earlier, we were talking about Corso and Day After Roswell and stuff. Those were ion lasers. During the Reagan era, Star Wars was primarily chemical lasers. A lot of these stuff that you see flying around and the stuff they put up on the satellites, those were chemical lasers. A good portion of our land-based Star Wars stuff is chemical lasers. Since then, we've gone into a solid state. Everything's solid state now. Even the big high-energy fusion stuff has gone solid state. But again, that was my big thing with the Law 17 laser. I revolutionized. I brought solid state to the masses, basically. That's what I did. But the DEW weapon was used in Hawaii, obviously it was of a wavelength which was probably ultraviolet. It was that blue color. Okay, typically a laser weapon system has historically always been in the infrared. Infrared is mostly associated with heat, body heat. That's the big numbers. Infrared uses specialty optics, and yeah, most of the weapon systems were infrared, just like cutting lasers or CO2 infrared lasers. Now everything is going in the opposite direction on the other side of the rainbow into the blue range, the ultraviolet, just like the F-35 fighter doesn't use infrared, it's using ultraviolet. That's one of the reasons why it's so ultra sophisticated. The DEW lasers, of course, that they're using now on these drones and these, like a Predator drone, because it's solid state, not a chemical or ion, it's pretty damn small and it's extremely energy efficient, so they can get a very, very powerful laser onto one of these Predator drones now. So yes, clearly they were probably flying a drone over, because here's the thing, of course, it has to be relatively close to the target. We're trying to shoot a powerful laser beam to burn something on Earth from outside of the orbit. That's kind of ridiculous. You know, that was what they were thinking they could do. The device would have to be so damn big, have such a big, large aperture to deliver any kind of a focused beam whatsoever. So yeah, these things had to be flying around pretty damn close to the ground. I believe that they are using these devices at the Getty. I think that they're going to pop up out of the ground when the time comes in certain places like the Cactus Garden. I really think there's a do there. We've seen them. The astral projection people have seen the do. They've seen all that stuff. And yes, painting your roof blue will protect you from the ultraviolet beam. And back to now, straight to Lemuria. An epoch lasts roughly 10, 20,000 years. I think it could be 12,000 years. I think it's more like 20. But the point is that we have gone through thousands and thousands of epochs here on the Earth, and we have no recorded information whatsoever, except for maybe the Great Pyramid of Giza, which I believe was created in the previous epoch. But the country of Lemuria, the culture of Lemuria, was in the last epoch, and they basically were contemporaries of the Atlanteans. Okay, now this is kind of funny because when you got a guy like Stu over here, the Atlanteans, you could call them the Jews. The Lemurians, you could call them the Nazis. Okay, it's the same thing. It's the same races. It's just like the Aryans from the Mu, or what was it? Lemuria, I guess, is what that is. It was an Asian subcontinent. When you look at the ancient Sanskrit, and you read about the Vimnas and all that, that's Lemuria. That's Mu. Those are the guys that were fighting against Atlantis. Now, again, you talk about the Bible, you talk about history. The Atlanteans have their own version of what happened. The Lemurians have their version of what happened. Everyone has their own history. Okay, so you have to figure that somewhere in between there is the truth. And I believe that the Atlanteans were a culture of service to self, and I believe that the thing that they did that really screwed them up is that they were gravity consumers. When you are a service to self, you are a gravity consumer. When you are a service to others, you are a gravity giver. Gravity and the energy that we don't even understand, the phenomena of gravity, is the closest we can get to understanding the nature of God. But basically, what the Atlanteans did was they had a system that used so-called crystal pyramids, and they used these things to basically suck the energy from places like Mars. This is why Mars got so screwed up, because they sucked it dry from all its energy. And basically, this is why they sunk into the ocean and destroyed, or whatever it was that happened, because of a result of this screwing with the gravity business. Okay? So again, and here's the nice thing about being service to others, is that when you push gravity away from you as opposed to sucking it in, we're going to get into some fun stuff now. I'm going to run with this. You create a force field, okay? So in other words, when we look at people who are subjected or easily influenced and manipulated by these dark forces, it's because they're vulnerable, because they are service to others, because they're gravity takers. If you are a gravity giver, you will repel this energy. Nothing can penetrate you if you are a gravity giver. It is your force field, and that includes the 5G signal that causes the damn Morgellons to grow in your body because you got a shot and you're breathing in the nano whatever in the atmosphere from the chemtrails. The only thing that you have to defeat any of this is service to others. So if you want to be a superhero, become a saint and start serving others, and you'll do it. Now, the Ark of the Covenant, which is something we talked about briefly in the last time together, is a great example of this, because the Ark of the Covenant is a gravity giver. It puts out gravity. That's why it floats. The Ark of the Covenant weighed about a ton. The top of the Ark was 4 inches thick of solid gold. It weighed a ton. 4 men couldn't carry it around. It floated. The reason why they were able to cross the Red Sea in the area that they were was because of the Ark and its gravity signal that pushed the water, just like the moon pushes the water and attracts it as in a high tide. That's what it did. The only people that could even get close to the Ark of the Covenant were high priests who had devoted their life to serving others. Therefore, they were gravity givers. If you are a gravity taker and you get anywhere near the Ark of the Covenant, it's going to overdose you. It's going to kill you, because you have no protection to resist the energy going into you. That's some pretty important stuff to know. So yeah, service to others is not just being nice. It's a very powerful thing, and it makes you extremely powerful.
Thank you so much, Ampo. Great answer too, Stephen. Okay, as we move on, we've got a few more speakers and then we're going to wrap this space up. Wow. Controversy, huh? Seems to follow us, Stephen. Let's go to Scientology Crime Watch. Go for it.
Yes. Thanks so much, Reptile. Really appreciate it. I hope you guys can hear me okay. Can you hear
Yes,
me?
mate.
Excellent. So, Stephen, just a quick question, just because of everything you've been talking about is quite interesting. I can tell you this. In Hollywood, of course, we know about the Jews in Hollywood and all that, and I can definitely say there are quite a bit of them in Scientology. But I'm curious about your experience with the CIA, and if you know of anything regarding how Scientology may have been an offshoot of the CIA or had any connections with the CIA, and where Scientology fits into this picture.
All right, well, the key word here is Satanism. Okay, basically you're talking about, like, you know, the octopus, the tentacles, the thing at the very top of the pyramid, the eye up there that is on top of all of that. You know, the CEO is Satan. So ultimately, when you go work your way down the spreadsheet, if you will, you're going to run into all these different agencies, and you're also going to notice that a lot of these things seem to be competitive and not complementary. This is the nature. This is the nature of our dual polarity system. So rather than say it's an offshoot of the CIA, because remember, the CIA is just kind of a euphemism for all this secret crap. There's way more CIA people than are on the payroll, just like there's way more NSA people that are on the payroll. And I don't care what Stu says. There's a lot more. There's better people in the CIA than there are in the NSA. Those guys are just wicked. I mean, I've actually met some CIA people who, sure, I'm sure they did some awful stuff, but they were decent, relatively decent humans. But these damn CIA guys, they were like cartoon characters, or not CIA, NSA. The NSA guys were like cartoon caricatures of wickedness, and they enjoyed it. They promoted it, and they celebrated it. So yeah, I kind of, it shocks me when you get into these higher levels of evil. It's kind of hard to really. It's almost like it takes your breath away. But as far as Scientology concerned, I think you have to look at the founder. What is it, L. Ron Hubbard? And ultimately, what is he? I mean, you get down to it, technically, he's probably a Satanist. So the inspiration for these movements.
Right, he did say that he's the Antichrist. And one key point there is because the NSA is an intelligence gathering mechanism, and Scientology, in their nature of documenting what's inside of people's minds, in a sense, it's a much deeper and more intimate level of documenting and then gathering intelligence of what is in the minds of their members. However, it is very obviously a cult.
All right, well, I just want to address this whole business of information gathering, because I know when people think of CIA, they think that's really what it is. It sucks up all the information, processes it, and basically makes recommendations to the authorities. It's so much more than that. It is a control structure. It's a branch of our control structure. And ultimately, as I've said in previous shows, none of it is a legitimate part of any government. It's all part of the mafia. And the mafia, of course, I'm talking about is Intertel and Robert Vesco and that Epstein and everything else. And you know, when you start talking about people like Epstein, of course, everyone starts thinking juju, and everything else. It all goes back to the same. And when I was dealing with these CIA people and NSA people, of course, I was trying to constantly figure out who was really in charge. And the deeper you go into this, ultimately you're gonna hit Satan. Okay, it doesn't matter how deep you go or who you are or what direction you're starting at, you ultimately arrive at the same point, and it is Satan.
And you know what? Stephen's own opinions are his, as are mine. You talk about L. Ron Hubbard. He was actually an amazing guy. I don't know who or what, whether he was a Satanist or not, but I know that he was an amazing guy who had lots of good information. The thing is, anybody like that who does have something good, what's going to happen? It's going to be infiltrated. And now you're left with guys like David Miscavige, who I can see there on your profile pic. But I'll tell you, I know about the Babylon working, Aleister Crowley, Jack Parsons, but L. Ron Hubbard, he was an amazing dude with amazing knowledge and also a master astral traveler remote viewer as well. So It's a tough one, mate, but great question. Let's move on. Let's go to Megaphone Man. How you doing, mate? Thanks for joining us.
Hello, my brother from the same mother. Great spaces again. Couple questions I have. So in your fight against the Getty, have you like presented any like documents or anything to like the county sheriff's department or the local police department, or at least, attempting to get these descendants into the court system at all?
Well, great question. First of all, what is a document? I mean, a document would be like my book. I wrote a book detailing everything in my entire experience, and I personally think every one of you should do that, especially every survivor and anybody that's got any story. Until you wrote a book and wrote it all down in a deposition format, you haven't done your job. But yeah, I have gone to the police, I have gone to the FBI, I have gone all to the newspapers, I have gone everywhere I can, and I worked like hell. Let me see, what was it, 6 years ago, 5 years ago? I went to the FBI and I forced them to take my statement, and I forced them to file a report. They didn't want to hear it. I finally, one time I called them, and I got this woman answered the phone, and I started out, I didn't say anything about the Getty, but I started out with a story, and I said, well, what if I have a neighbor, and my neighbor has a body buried back in his backyard, and if I claim that was true, would you guys investigate? And he says, of course we would, but we would prosecute you if you were wrong. And I said, wow, that's awesome. Well, what about if it was an institution like a museum, and they had 1,000 bodies, and they had, kidnapped, et cetera, would you do that? They said, well, sure, we'd be obligated to do it. So I had to work her into it to where she finally agreed, okay, this is what it was, and then I gave her my report. But until you do that, you see, the thing is, they're just going to ignore you. And if you look at, say, the liars, I'll tell you something about, you always know when they're liars because they'll say two things, and it'll either be a double negative, or the first thing they say is false, and the last thing they say is true. I have people every day calling up the FBI. Every day they're calling up the LAPD. Every day they're calling up the Getty, and they're saying, what the hell is going on? Why are there bodies? Why are there children? Why is this going on? Why don't you investigate? I had the FBI at my door, and I said, hey, you guys, I'll bet you get calls every day from people, don't you? They said, yeah, we sure do. But they're not going to do anything about it because it's all the same thing. They're connected. So we don't go to the police. We don't go to the FBI. It's not any good. That's why I'm going to you. Because ultimately, all of us are the ultimate authority, and we got to get enough of us together so we can basically face these people up and say, you know what, you need to give up because there's a lot more of us. And if you hand over the keys and give up right now, we'll let you live. Okay, so as far as the FBI is concerned, yes, I've filed reports. They went into the human trafficking, and they are now considered classified, never to be shared with anybody. But you know what? That's our responsibility to get out there and scream and make noise, and that's the whole purpose of this mission. Get as many people that are alive today in the world to scream and make noise and say, what's going on? Because here's the thing, sue me, take me to court. If I say that Gordon Getty, who's still alive, 90 years old, is a pedophile, and he runs a extremely wealthy foundation that's responsible for human sacrifice and ritual killing and murder, et cetera, on a industrial scale, you know what? If it's not true, he has all the attorneys and money to sue me, but he will not do it. Nobody will make me stop. For 12 years, I've been screaming these things and saying these slanderous libel things about Gordon Getty and the FBI and everybody else. It doesn't matter what I say. They're not going to do anything about it, and they're going to just ignore me and hope I go away. And the last thing they want is you people helping me. But I'll tell you something else I was told by these Bilderbergers. Okay, Kerry Cassidy told me this. Okay, Kerry Cassidy's a Bilderberger. And several years ago, when I was working on some scalar technology, the Bilderbergers put a hit out on me. And she was the one that called me up and told me about it. And at the same time that she was telling me about it, she also said that they would rather that I was doing what I'm doing right now, speaking to people, lecturing people, going on shows, doing whatever. They would rather have me doing that than inventing tools, inventing weapons, because I was inventing things that they did not want. Just like when I found out that I could program a solid-state laser with a scalar program which could alter reality at a great distance. That was a weapon that they could not defeat. And as soon as they found out that I did that, they put a hit out on me. Okay? So it's like, again, but that is a weapon, that is a physical tool. I don't even need it because I can do the same thing with my brain. My brain is the most powerful weapon I have. And we all have this weapon. And I want you all to learn how to use it so that we can defeat this enemy. Hitman.
Okay, just hold on, mate. Let's go to Hitman. Hitman, how you doing?
I'm doing great, my brother. And you? How you going, Rep? Good?
Better than ever, mate.
Awesome. Nice to speak to you again, Stephen. Hey, Stephen, I was just thinking out loud here, really. You know what? One key thing to this will be having some sort of hard evidence that these caverns actually exist. Now, that got me thinking back to one of these television programs where they used like ground-penetrating sonar to actually map caverns underground. Now, if these caverns are so vast and they, cover such a large part of LA, then surely some of the surface above these caverns is publicly accessible. Is there any sort of technology that could be used to actually map these underground caverns to give us some more solid evidence that they actually exist?
All right, Hitman, let me answer that real quick, for efficiency. First of all, above the caverns are the tunnels. There's tunnels everywhere. It's a sponge. I told you, ground-penetrating radar only goes so deep, and if you want to go any deeper, you have to use explosives. It's like when they're searching for oil, they'll set off a big sonic boom or whatever. They'll dynamite something, and it creates a big sound wave that penetrates the ground and then comes back up. We can't do that in L.A., okay? We can't do that. There's no way. It won't allow it. So, yes, you go down a mile deep. It doesn't matter. You're not going to do it. But the thing is, you want proof. I have victims. I know a victim who basically could tell you where the entrances are. The entrances are not hard to find. It's like the one at Disneyland. It's between Pirates of the Caribbean and Area, what is it? Not Area 51, but Club 33. I mean, it's right there. It's in the so-called backstage area. It's like it's all there. It's just like you in the FBI building in Los Angeles, which is barely, 3 or 4 miles away from the Getty, which is also less than a mile practically away from UCLA. The UCLA has a six-level deep basement, just like the Getty has a 6-level deep basement. It's all connected. FBI federal buildings connected. Disneyland connected. All the big department stores connected. The huge-ass hotels connected. Any building that's over 100 years old is connected. Okay, so it's not a matter. Playboy Mansion, come on. Everybody knows. P. Diddy's house, it's all connected. Every single one of these damn houses. Jared Leto's house, connected. It's a former base, a military base. It's connected. It's all connected. You can't hide it. That's why they got to keep me quiet, make me go away, keep people talking about bullshit like Jews and crap, and not looking where we could look. Because you know what? Every time I point out an entrance, what do? They try to fill it in. The connection of the house of the guy in Encino that I was talking about, he had a house next door to him. You drive in the garage, a wall opens up, and you can drive your car straight down underground to the Skirball Center, the largest Jewish cultural center in the United States. Here's a thing for you, Stu. The largest Jewish cultural center in the United States has a tunnel that you can drive directly into the Getty basement and Getty bunker. Explain that to me. We all saw the Chabad temple in New York with the guys scurrying out of the tunnels. It's all the same thing, okay?
You know what? You can go find the original pictures when they were building Disneyland. They hired a U.S. Army general. He had like 40 years experience for the underground tunnels. You can go actually find the original pictures. We know about things like the Playboy Mansion. There is evidence around there, Hitman.
Plenty.
Oh no, I've no doubt there's evidence. I'm just thinking of something, like modern day evidence where, and you're dead right, Stephen. They do use explosives to do that and get the bounce back of those sound waves. But it's just surprising that we can't get access to maybe a private property and do an experiment of this to actually physically show the caverns and then take it to the authorities and say, here's more evidence. What more do you want from us? These caverns exist. I would like to say, I was just thinking out loud, bro.
But we
There
don't
are
have
sidewalks
authorities.
around these places. Well, that's the thing. If you've got tunnels closer to the surface, on the sidewalks around these buildings would be public access roads. And we're talking about like maybe 10 grand to rent this kind of equipment to go around and see if we could find a tunnel because they would be coming up near the surface close to these buildings, and I think you could probably get something on a public access sort of easement to actually see this kind of stuff. I believe that's possible.
Well, again, it's just like reporting to the FBI what I said. I mean, I gave them such a fantastic story and name names. It's like naming Robert Vesco. This is a very famous guy. These guys are, it's all credible. You can look it up all over North. I worked for fucking Oliver North. Nobody wants to talk about that. It's like it's all common knowledge, and everyone says, well, if we could just have some proof, if we just have some proof. A UFO could land on the White House lawn today, and people would say it was CGI. Okay? It just doesn't matter what you give the people because everybody's stupid, and the only way this is going to work is if we open the damn thing up, lift the cover off of Pandora's box, and everyone can look inside and see. And this is why I am putting my head on the line, my head on the chopping block, because if I am lying, if I am not telling you the truth, throw my ass in jail and execute me. But first, I want me and the jury, and there's this thing called evidence. Okay, they can't sue me. They can't do anything. Because I'll say, okay, fine, let's take the jury, let's take all the press, let's take a big contingent of people, and we'll go down there, we'll go to the Getty, and we'll go down that elevator and see what the hell there is. They can't do that. And you know why? Because they would eventually say, guess what? National security, top secret, continuity of government, go away. But they won't say that because they can't explain continuity of government, top secret base underneath a billionaire's personal foundation museum. That is why the Getty is such a perfect target, because it's not Area 51, it's not Edwards, it's not Denver Airport. We have perfectly logical reason to wonder why and question why does some billionaire's private little foundation have anything to do with continuity of government, and why is there a base down there? My God, it's just like Biden's going to lose the election and they can't tell who's going to go in there. It's fucking Gavin Newsom, people. Everybody's waiting for Gavin Newsom. That is Getty's damn adopted son. It's his godson. The road has been paved to put Gavin Newsom in there, and I can't believe all these political pundits that can't see what the fuck is going on, because Kamala is a Getty clone. Pelosi is a Getty clone. Getty's been running it for a long damn time.
Stephen, can you go over the history of the Getty family? Because a lot of people might not know that history there.
All right,
Just before we do, Stephen, it's not out of the realm of possibility. It's not actually impossible, because the information's coming so fast and hard right now, and we're at the precipice, we're at the crossroads of either going down the New World Order route or humanity waking up. If we can actually get down there, that opens up Pandora's box. It opens up the whole damn can of worms, and it will be irrefutable, and it can change the world if we can get down there and see what's going on. Stephen, could you imagine it?
Yeah, but you also have to remember that we've all gone to school and we've all been programmed not to believe anything until we have satisfactory proof in front of us. And unfortunately, that is a program that the enemy put into us so that we would never see the truth, because we have these egos that think that we already know everything, and until I change my mind about what I've been programmed to think, I'm going to continue thinking that. That is a human condition. It goes even after death. You will die and you'll go to heaven and you'll still be thinking whatever it was you thought when you were here on earth. And this is why the mission is so important, because I can't prove it to you. I need enough of you to have faith, and it's not a matter of proving. It's not my job to prove. It's the enemy's job to prove it's not true. Okay? This is how court system works. This is how the law works. If I say my neighbor has a body buried in the backyard, it's up to, someone's going to go there and check. Right? We don't prove.
Just one last thing.
Yeah.
Just one last thing. I just want to say, I've noticed the pattern of these attacks that are coming your way, that they're always attacking the messenger and not the message. So I just thought I'd point that out, mate. And then, that speaks volumes about the people that are actually attacking you. And it makes me focus more on them and what their motive is.
Well said, Hitman. Thank you for saying
Well,
that too, mate.
Hitman,
I don't know how Stephen deals with it.
Hitman.
I can't ever remember having this much heat. Sorry,
Well,
Stephen.
I just want to say there's no such thing as bad publicity. You know, I don't care if you hate me as long as you're saying my name and saying Getty, okay? Because that's number one. And you know what? It's not about what you guys think. It's about what the enemy thinks. I want so many of you talking about this. You don't even have to believe it. As long as you're talking about it, if enough of you are talking about it, the enemy is going to shit their pants and they're going to get real scared like they are right now.
Maybe
Guys, remember,
Stu
see you at
Peters
the
can do a
Getty.
documentary on the Getty. How about that one, Stu? Maybe that's your next documentary, mate. Go for it,
Right.
Headless.
What if you end every tweet with "See you at the Getty"? It's so easy, and it'll freak them the fuck out because they're gonna say, "Oh, they're coming, they're coming." They're gonna fucking fortify the shit out of this place. I mean, that would be hilarious
Well,
if
it
they've
is
got huge
fortified,
fucking
dude.
barricades.
It is. It's already a
Yeah.
fort, dude. Here's the thing about the Getty.
Hashtag it.
They
Let's
have,
go to hands, guys. We're going to hands. Just let's be strict. We're going to wrap it up soon. Sorry, Stephen.
all right. The Getty is a fortress. We call it Fort Getty. It is a Templar fortress. They built that thing to withstand an invasion. They have all sorts of tricks for repelling any kind of invasion. They have an armory filled with machine guns and heavy equipment, heavy weapons at the Getty. They are staffed with NSA ex-military personnel. They have an entire army down there that can come up the elevator and defend that entrance. This is what they expect. This was the original thing they thought. When I was first attacking the Getty, way back when, I had SK Industries. I had weapons. I had lasers. I had the plasma beam. I had gas masks. I had armor, helmets, night vision. I had everything. I sold everything. And the main thing that I had that they were afraid of was my secret weapons, like the plasma beam. One of the things I had was trench coats that were armored down to the knees. I would take a London Fog and I would armor it down to the knees. That scared the shit out of the Getty. I had the trust fund manager of the Getty, you know, this was well after he knew what was going on. He'd come over to my brother's house and I'd pop in there to show him a new gun or something. He'd be sitting there. He'd go, "Hey, I've been looking at your webpage. Oh, hey, can you get me one of those armored London Fogs, you know?" This was right out of the Matrix. When you see the Matrix, these guys running around with all these guns and their trench coats and what have you, it was based on this. The Getty and the mission and that attack, the Matrix type style attack, was a wet dream that they had. They expected me to come in there with guns blazing. That's what they expect. Instead, I turned it around and turned it into we wrestle not against flesh and blood mission, and it became purely psychic. And instead of attacking the stupid humans that were guarding the place, now we're attacking the demons that they work for. And we go in there every night, and we go down there, and we slaughter anything down there that we can. Not necessarily human, but any entity, the wicked entity down there, we slaughter it like a bloodbath. Slaughter is the best way to describe what we do. We use knives, sharp weapons, shurikens, whatever, kung fu, ninja, blasters, guns, everything. Anything a Jedi wants to use in battle, they take into battle. I use an MP5, but the normal tool of a Jedi is a big-ass Excalibur-looking sword. That's what we do, and we move so fast, it's like the enemy it's like they're standing still. The first battle I went into, I thought everybody was standing still. No, we move that fast. We are a hurricane. We are a jet stream of fury and slaughter, and that's what the Jedi are. And they are scared to death of us so much, they created crypto.
I have to send Rambo down there too, Stephen. He'll sort it out.
Rambo's
He's a
the one
master
that
at that.
leads these things, man.
Absolutely. We saw Rambo 3. Okay, let's go to Mr. Michael.
Yes, I had a question for Mr. Kelley. Just the average Joe out here, who's just got the average amount of like midi-chlorians in his blood. What are we to do? Is it just talk, or is there a mechanism that you can give us to like make any real difference in this?
Yeah, dude, you're making a
of
difference right now. Look at what's happening.
terror?
Did you ever think that Stu Peters would be coming here to challenge me? I mean, come on. We are shaking it up. The very fact that you're listening to me is causing earthquake vibrations and repercussions across the world. We are scaring the shit out of the enemy. We are scaring them so bad that they are going to consider giving up because they know what's coming. And so, yes, you want to know what to do? Talk about it. The most powerful tool you have is your mouth and your ability to impress people with what you're saying and make them believe what you're saying. Use that weapon. Do your homework. Spread the word, because even if you don't believe what I'm saying, if you went out there and got 10 people to start asking questions, the same kind of questions you're asking, we will win this, because it's 100 monkeys, okay? It's all about the 100 monkeys.
And, you know, it seems cheesy, but the truth will set you free. And also what you were talking about, Stephen, service to others. That's what it's about. Love. It sounds crazy. It's about being, you know, standing up, speaking your own truth, and not falling for the propaganda and leading by example. I know it sounds corny, mate, but what else can you do? I understand where you're coming from, Michael. That feeling of helplessness. And I guess at some point, there's only so much the average person can do, bro. And, you know,
I'm an average
let's just.
person.
Me too, mate. Me
We're all
too.
average
We've all got
people.
our own. Yep.
But together,
Yep.
they fear us, and together we can change reality. And this is what it's all about. I told you, 40,000 people have enough mental magic in their heads to equal the most powerful hydrogen bomb that's ever been blown up in the world. We're extremely powerful.
But may I ask how to be together? Because we are all just individuals
We're
sitting
doing
in
it
front of our
now, mate.
phones
See,
right
we're
now,
doing it right
basically.
now. Don't forget too, Stephen, we outnumber them by just unbelievable numbers. There must be some sleepless nights even from the bad guys. Trust me.
Oh, yeah.
Sorry, Stephen.
Totally. We totally outnumber the enemy, and I'm not talking about humans. I mean, there's only like 250 million reptiles running around out there, 250 million grays, 250 million Anunnaki. There's a lot more than us. That's why they want to kill us, because if we ever wake up and realize how damn powerful we are, it'll end tomorrow. And that's what we're doing right now, is trying to make that happen sooner than later, because it's all 100 monkeys. As soon as enough of you start having this in your brain, and I'm not just talking about English speakers in America, I'm talking about people all over the world, it's it. It's over. We manifest our own reality, and we will manifest a reality that does not include this bullshit, and it's getting very close. So yes, you are doing it right now just by being
Are you
here.
speaking to the hive mind?
Well, hive mind, no.
Are you speaking to the hive
They
mind?
have the hive mind. We don't have a hive mind. We have our individuals' thoughts, all that stuff, love, creation. They don't have that. We're
Our
not
consciousness is
insects.
connected. Our consciousness is connected. We know about the 100th monkey and stuff like that. The more people that wake up, look at what's even happening now. I remember like 10, 15 years ago, Stephen, nobody was open to any of this sort of information, especially after the last 3 to 4 years. People now know something's not right. The government isn't what we thought it was. And I'm getting people in my own personal life coming up to me and saying, what the fuck's going on here? They're open to the conspiracy and people are ready for this information. There's a change in the air and you can definitely feel it. And one other thing too, there's some very powerful people that are here on this planet and other amazing forces that obviously want this information out. We're down here, the ground crew, doing the hard work, but never forget, the bad guys might be powerful, but there's some entities and there's some other forces out there that are more powerful who are actually, you know, proud of what we're doing down here. And we're unstoppable at this point, mate. We're steamrolling. Nothing's going to
We're
stop us. Here we come.
superstars in the universe right now. We're like prime time. Everybody's watching what we do, and all those good entities out there, they're not coming here to rescue us. They're waiting for us to do it. It's just like Jesus said, he's going to use our foot to stomp on the serpent. Well, you know what? Service to others types do not interfere. It's just like the Buddhists think that you don't interfere with somebody's destiny. It's our destiny to throw this yoke off ourselves and to do this work ourselves, because if we don't, we haven't earned it. It's not going to happen, and we won't be worthy of it. We have to step up and become worthy of this gift. We're not even worthy of the gifts that God gave us.
Can't hear the speaker.
Well, drop down then, mate, if you can't. You're so right, Stephen. It's like riding a bike. I'll never forget my dad teaching me to ride a bike. I've taught my kids to ride bikes. You got to do it yourself. There comes a time where you've just got to start pedaling and you've got to steer yourself.
And lose the fear.
And we can have all the help in the world, but it's our turn now. Leo and you, go for it.
Hello, Steve, and hello, Reptile. And I want to know one thing you just heard. I just heard about, you said other places meaning reptile place, the higher power than us as a human being. And I also want to go back to what Steve mentioned earlier. he mentioned a lot of things. He said, altogether, ultimately, we reach to the source. What the source? Is it Jesus Christ? But you also mentioned about gravity as well as what is that?
I
Hey,
apologize.
whose
Sorry
music is
about
that?
that. Keep going.
Okay.
I'll
Now,
just jump in there just
Steve
really
was
quickly. Yeah,
talking.
I'm talking about a galactic federation connected in with all these different amazing entities who, believe it or not, do have a policy where they can't come down and solve our problems for us. They can give us lots and lots of help in different ways, but there's a whole galactic federation watching down on us now, the greatest show on earth. Stephen said it before.
All
We're
right.
down here. We chose
Okay,
to be down
Steve.
here in these bodies eons ago, and we're here to complete a mission.
I really like what Steve talking about earlier. He also mentioned about Revelations, Solomon. Are you talking about Solomon in the
Yes.
Bible? And also, you were talking about 2000, 25, 2,500 years of stuff. And I like to know, is the Bible human written or from whatever? And a lot of people have been talking about it. That's become a controversy. And I like to get some touch on that. And also, you said ultimately we go to the source. What that source is, creator beyond our understanding, or it is actually just Jesus
The
Christ?
Big
Can you
Bang.
touch
Think of the
on
Big
Trinity
Bang.
as well?
All right.
And I,
There was only one thing. It expanded and it contracts just like a heartbeat. So we're on the return trip of the Big Bang. So Jesus and source are not the same thing. All right. You missed when we were earlier talking about densities. You're going to want to go back and listen to the recording. I know there's other issues that you wanted to say, but I got kind of distracted on that. Reptile, can you help me out here?
Trinity.
You know what? When
Trinity.
you look at the Bible,
I
lots of it goes back to a time that has all but been forgotten. But involved in that are different gods coming down. It tells the creation of mankind. It talks all about who we are spiritually. It talks about the one and only Jesus Christ. And when I go back and read these ancient texts, Stephen, it just reads like an alien and UFO book. That's just me. And now's the time where we can actually look at these ancient texts with new eyes. And for the first time ever in humanity's existence, understand what it's actually saying instead of some milk toast sophomoric version that just is for the layman.
Okay, I know what I want to say to her now. Okay, first of all, being human and as simple and as low as we are on the totem pole, it's extremely difficult to us to understand these things. It's like Jesus Christ, the nature of Jesus Christ. Is he a human? Is he God incarnate? Is he divine? Was he born divine? Was he human that became divine? Is Jesus the same thing as Christ? These are answers that people have been arguing over for thousands of years. It's not really our place to understand this concept, but I believe that the Bible, kind of like this concept of Christ, sure, you could say that the Bible is divine, you could say it's inspired, but yeah, ultimately it was written by humans, okay? About 200 years after Christ died. And I'll tell you, back to the Gnostics and all that, I personally really enjoy the Gospel of St. Thomas, which is considered non-biblical, non-canonical, apostate business. But again, the Gospel of Thomas is the words of Jesus. And I think the words of Jesus carry the most weight of anything spoken about in the Bible.
Thank you very much. Great question. Okie dokie. We'll go to Headless Giant, then one more speaker, and then we're wrapping this space up. Headless Giant, always appreciate you, by the way.
Always appreciate you, man. I don't jump in on enough of your rooms. I think this discussion is really good, and I want to talk about the concept of densities for a second. So you were talking about gravity being sort of part of our energy field. Am I wrong on that?
Well, let's not confuse gravity with densities, but gravity is a phenomena. All right, let me just explain the gravity thing, and then we'll get into densities, okay? The
Hold on one second. I think what
I
you're
don't want to
talking
get
about is
lost. You better
alchemy.
let me finish this, or I won't be able to keep
Yeah,
my
yeah,
thought.
yeah.
Okay, first of all, energy and information are basically the same thing, and they go in opposite directions. If I send out information, like I'm talking to you guys right now, you are receiving information. You are sending me energy. I'm receiving energy from every one of you. It makes me more powerful. This is the nature of the electromagnetic spectrum. In one direction, it's energy. In the other direction, it's information. This is the difference between hertz and nanometers. Okay, one direction's energy, one direction's information. It's essentially the same thing. It's the same thing we work in with healing. So gravity is not so much a energy as much as it is an information. Okay, gravity is information that tells matter what to do. And gravity
It's
is a
the
phenomenon. The more matter there is, the more of this gravity there is, there's the more of the information. And this goes back to source, because all matter in the universe is source. We receive information, gravity, from source. So all these particulate stuff out there floating around the universe, stars, black holes, whatever, planets, moons, every little one of those things emits information or gravity. When we go out in the sun and we sunbathe and people worship the sun and all that, that's why they do that, because yes, information is coming from the sun. It tells the plants how to grow, it tells our DNA what to do, it tells our body what to do. That is God. Okay, that is God. That's why when there's an eclipse, the Indians would go in their huts and their teepees and get out of the light, because the source of information, or the sun, was being blocked, and therefore negative entities were able to intercede and take advantage of the situation. So yes, and just the same way that planets and black holes and the center of the galaxy puts out information, your body's doing it right now. Every cell in your body is doing it. Every atom, photon, whatever, it's all doing it. It's all working, and you need to realize that.
I think I have the key that you're looking for. So it's the 3, 4, 7, 12 continuum, right? So 3 is always the number of God, 4 is always the number of the elements, 7 is always the number of like the outer limits of human understanding, and then 12 is the number that is the circle for all of it. That would be the zodiac signs, right? That's how we get our basic numbering system, is that 12. Well, when you multiply all those numbers together, you get 108. And 108 is symbolic of the first atomic weight of hydrogen. So that 3, 4, 7, 12 information repeated over and over again gives you hydrogen, gives you that first grain of sort of gravity, right? And that gravity
Well,
is the
hang
condensation.
on. First of all, this thing has been corrupted, because it's not 12, it's actually 13. And again, you're talking about some esoteric mysteries that we are really incapable. We can speculate all we want, but until we go up to higher levels, we're not really going to know. So what you're saying right now, I honor what you're saying, but I'm going to call it speculation.
It's very interesting and it's very deep. It might be too late in the space to actually get into that, but regardless, we do live in some sort of a matrix where there are rules, and we've only just begun to touch on what we call actually reality, which is nothing like we think it is. My good friend Michelle's here. Hello, Michelle. By the way, put your hand up if you want to speak. I haven't gone to Remy and Love and others as well, but I want to wrap this up soon. Michelle, go for it.
Yeah, great space rep. Thank you. And Stephen, yeah, I've got a question. I'm from Europe, the Netherlands. And over here, there's Mark Dutroux. He killed children, and we also have tunnels here in the Netherlands. Is there any way that's connected to each other?
Yeah. First of all, wow. That's like, where did Belgium come from, right? Belgium was part of the Netherlands at one time, until the Rothschilds basically caused it to become what it is today. You're talking, yeah, it's definitely connected. All of those countries in Europe over there are certainly connected to going back to the Charlemagne and all that. But again, it really doesn't matter what we talk about. Ultimately, we're all connected back to source. So in the simple answer is yes, it's connected. But certainly, when you talk about the guys like Ruta and what have you, yeah, there's some hardcore Satanism going on down there, and it's probably could be all traced back to the Rothschilds and their control of the West. And obviously, we know what they are. We know who they are. We don't need to get into that, because people say that's a Jew thing. But that's a false Messiah thing. It goes back to Jacob Frank and further back to the other Sabbatai, whoever that false Messiah guy was. And yes, that is the birth of the Illuminati, the birth of modern Satanism and the Rothschild Empire. So yeah, it's all the same thing.
Thank you, Steve.
And what about Queen Beatrix? One of her sons, I forget his name. Just go have a look at the stories of this guy. Psychopaths, reptilian psychopaths. Scary stuff. Okie dokie. If nobody else has their hand up, I think now might be a good time to wrap this one up. Stephen, what do you reckon? We've caused enough trouble, brother.
Dude, we're making history. Okay, let me see. What have we been?
Love Palestine. I've still got my hand up.
Please.
Sorry, mate. I didn't see your hand. We can't see your hand up here. Sorry, mate. Go for it.
A couple of things. I hope I can hear the answer to this. Some of the people are dropping out, but here's the thing. Stephen, I've got a question that I want to, if you can remind me at the end of what I want to say to get the answer to this, because what I want to say first is very important. But Gettys were involved with oil and Rockefellers, and I'm wondering if there's a connection there somehow. But we'll talk about that later. I just want to say this first. When I came on listening, I heard you giving what's his name? Stu Peters a serve, and I thought, what's going on here? You know, and then I was a little bit angry, and I thought, okay, but you know, anyway, I listened and listened. I'm glad I did, because you reminded me of something very, very important, and that is unconditional love, which is the most powerful tool we have. There is no tool more powerful than that, and that's what Jesus always talked about. You know, he said, "Turn the other cheek, love your enemies." Any fool can love their friends, but it takes a wise person to love their enemies. And I realized that with all this Gaza stuff, I got caught up in hate. And I'm wondering why, and I've been wondering lately, how come I'm getting colds all the time and flus and stuff like this, and how I'm not like as resilient, and I'm not, I haven't got my power and my energy. And it's because they led me down the path to hate. And I wouldn't even be surprised if that was on purpose, to be quite honest, because I can't think of any other explanation how people could have no conscience while they're killing babies. It just makes no sense. It's the perfect thing to make people hate.
Just really quickly,
You know,
they've done studies on it that even getting really angry and upset and hate-filled, your immune system shuts down for like 20 hours. Sorry to interrupt.
No, that's
Can I say something?
So I'm really happy I tuned in, because, Stephen, you reminded me I've got to get back into love. And that means loving everyone, no division. You can't say, I love everyone, but I hate Zionists. You know, you've got to have
just say this.
Empathy,
love the
compassion,
human, but hate the action.
Understanding and acceptance and love. You know, otherwise there's no power. You're giving them your power. So I really want to thank you for bringing that up. And I think that's the most important thing that we've got to remember. Don't let them take your power by getting you into a hate-filled mindset, because then they win.
Okay, that's a really good transition. Stephen,
Listen
you were
to
talking
Matt,
about
you won't mute your mic.
getting my story out.
You're going down, brother, because you just broke the rules. You can't get away with that, mate. I had to mute you all the time. I brought you back up here. You give someone an inch, they take the whole arm, Stephen.
All right, I apologize for you guys.
And Stephen, about the Getty Rockefeller thing, I'd love an answer on that. If you can.
Rockefeller and the Getty are not connected. Getty family didn't really become super evil until Jean Paul, but they do go back to Gettysburg and Civil War. Rockefeller, of course, is an agent of Rothschilds.
Damn, I can't hear again. I can only hear Reptile.
Yes. Can you hear me now?
Drop down and you'll get the answer, mate. Drop down, you'll be able to hear him.
Okay. All right, I apologize for that, but basically, no. The Getty is not as connected.
What does drop down mean?
Click on your face.
I just did it, ladies. Stop. Listen to people. Sorry. Should have ended it 10 minutes ago.
Okay.
Sorry, Stephen.
All right. Anyway, just simple answer is that no, they're not really connected. They're not related, and Rothschild or Rockefeller is more connected to Rothschild and J.P. Morgan, whereas Getty is connected a little bit differently. The thing is that it's divided in two down in the United States. We have, when you get to the Crown is when it's together, and then from the Crown it goes down to Rothschild, and from Rothschild it splits in a couple different directions. So yeah, they're in a little bit of a different direction. Getty, of course, is West Coast, and Rockefeller's East Coast. and that is a big decisive thing here in the United States. One side is Zionist, one side's Nazi, but we don't really need to get in that. But anyway, short answer. Sorry.
Thanks, Stephen. Let's go to John Doe. John Doe, how you going?
Hey, how you doing?
Good, thanks, mate.
Yeah, so I think you can be mentioning like one or two Jews, and that's about it. So I don't see the connection of saying Israel is, made up of, therefore you can't support Israel because it has the remaining one or two Jews that you guys are talking about. I can think of other two Jews I don't particularly
Well, I
like.
don't know. We didn't mention that, mate. I think we've been more than fair. We're not going to get into that right now, if that's all right with you, and if that's right, okay. Respect to you, brother, but we're not talking about that now. Let's go to Logan.
Well,
Go
hang
for it,
on.
Logan.
I want to just say
Yep.
real quick. I appreciate his question, but Israel, modern Israel, is not the same as the country that was destroyed by the Assyrians and the Babylonians. It's a creation of the Rothschild family, and it really has no connection whatsoever to the past, except for the fact that they're still doing the so-called sins of their fathers that Solomon was doing. You remember there were 19 kings after Solomon before the country was completely destroyed. And remember, the country split in two after the death of Solomon. 10 tribes stayed in the north, 2 tribes went south. South went to Babylon, north went to Assyria. The ones that we should be focusing on aren't the ones that went to Babylon, because that was David, but the 10 that stayed up in the north and were eventually conquered by Assyria. They continued the sins of their fathers, which was basically what they call passing their children through the fire, which was not a sacrifice to Baal, but rather a sacrifice to Melquart, which was a Phoenician god, which is because the north of Israel was connected to Phoenicia, and the Phoenician Empire never went away. It calls itself now Israel. Next.
Okay, we're going to go to Lady Di, then Logan, and then we're done. Lady, go for it.
All right. We'll get you. I forget what time it is there, Reptile. What time is it where you are?
2:30 in the afternoon. A drizzly grey day down under.
Oh, my dear. Well, hi, and nice to talk to both of you. You're both so great, and people who have come on here. Boy, it's just we're learning so much, and especially after being on these deep dives alone for so long, and to be able to hear what I think and feel and am noticing, and the Great Awakening, really, the veil being lifted off a lot of us, and just learning so much, even about who we were talking about, in our history and Christianity, and just all of it. But I'm so glad that we are the ones with the swords out to say no more, no more, no more, no more.
Yeah,
And
it's an amazing time to be alive. And even if you look just even 5 years ago, things are changing so rapidly. Humans are very adaptable, and we don't appreciate just how quickly things are changing for the better and for the worst. It's a very interesting time to be alive. Sorry, lady.
no, I appreciate conversation, because I'm not a real speaker. I like to listen and use my emojis to get you guys going more and stab you a little bit and say, speak more on that, and that's great. Or yeah. I don't even know what I really wanted to say. I posted in the Purple Pill a lot of thoughts, but it's funny, Reptile. Every time I was thinking something and had it written out, ready to hit post, you said it. So I had to hit post and say, "Oh my gosh!" So you're like
I
a
really
brother.
respect. I really, really respect you. And I wanted to say this towards the end, but I personally want to thank, all the people who do support and, follow me. I make a hell of a lot of mistakes, and I'm a master at making an ass of myself. Ask Stephen for the last space I did, but that doesn't matter. I've got a big heart. I'm not trying to deceive anybody. And I just want to thank all those people, because I've really been under attack behind the scenes, stuff I don't like to talk about. So thank you to all the people who genuinely understand what I'm trying to do and who support me. Without you guys, man, I wouldn't even be here. So thank you, Lady Di. Let's finish with Logan. Go for it, Logan.
Yeah, before I start, I just want to say, Reptile, you're a great guy. You've always been very intellectual and very helpful and very, a really good friend to me. So, I
Thanks,
love
man. Likewise,
But
mate.
I want to ask Steven about frequency. I'm the frequency nerd, so this is how I get into it. I got into it as a musician, but I won't get into semantics. But when you were talking about the Rockefellers, and John D. Rockefeller and the Nazis got together, and the International Conference in London in 1939 and changed the frequency of music from 432 hertz to 440 because they realized they can shut down the right hemisphere of the brain and, shut down your critical thinking and your spewing ball of propaganda. And we know that Otto Schumann, figured out the Schumann resonance, which was, 7.83 hertz, which rounds up to 8. And I will cash app you, Zelle you, anything, any type of money, pay whatever if it's 8 where you live. I guarantee you it's in the 20s, 30s, sometimes it's in the hundreds, and that's the heartbeat of the earth. And I'm wondering if you know anything about this, because this
Yes,
is
I'd love to
frequency
respond.
suppression. Not only are we bio, but we're physical.
I have an answer for you.
We're biophysical.
I already have an answer for you, dude. First of all, I totally agree with you about the music and the Rockefellers and all that stuff. And you're right, it does round up to 8. But 8 is the beginning of the frequency that affects us. Tesla found the same thing. He found that 8 to 10 hertz is what drives us. It is the frequency of the earth, and it is the frequency of our bodies, and it is the frequency that they use to screw with us, like with the cell phone towers and everything else. What the hell are the cell phone towers doing transmitting in 8 to 10 hertz when it has nothing to do with the ultra-high megahertz that they use for cell phone towers? So here's the thing. I believe that the Schumann resonant frequency is not a phenomena that affects us, that's external to us. I believe it is us. I believe when we record a Schumann frequency, we are recording our own energy that we are putting out there. That is us. So when we're burning up and our brains are going crazy, you're going to see very high Schumann frequency being readings. Okay, that is us.
So you don't think this is any harp or any kind of nodes or any kind of...
It's us. It's
a collective consciousness of negativity.
I could be wrong. I'm not calling it negative. I'm saying that our brains, our bodies emit these frequencies, and when we are reading very high levels of these frequencies, it's because we are doing it.
One more question, Stephen, and then I'll be done. Thank you for answering that anyway. Do you think that, well, not do you think, but have you been involved or have you seen any kind of frequency suppression used on any population?
Most definitely, especially in video games. One of the things they do, and I'm sure you're going to understand this, is that they remove the note of G. There's a woman out there that talks about this quite a bit, but certain notes, certain frequencies have a lot to do with our empathy and our compassion. So by reducing and removing certain notes from, say, video games and stuff, they turn you into zombie. They basically kill your compassion, they kill your empathy, and that's why you so want to shoot the bad guys on this game and kill, and you get so violently twisted. And they do that on TV, they do that on music, they do it on everything, and obviously they want us killing each other, and that's why they're doing it.
Thanks, Stephen.
Thank you, Logan. And what a great way to end this space. Yes, we're under attack in more ways than we can possibly imagine, but we've got to get focused and we've got to realize, you know what? We can't be consumed by the hate, and God knows it's easy to be consumed by the hate. It sounds cheesy, but Jesus said, love your enemy. Easier said than done. We don't hate the bad guys, Stephen. It's not about hate at this point, but this can't keep going on, mate, and we're the generation that's going to stop it. Stephen Kelley, you are an absolute warrior, mate. It's been an honor. Tell you what, mate, controversy follows you, no doubt. And I really, really want to thank you for coming back and letting us do this again, mate. Thank you.
Hey, thank you, Reptile. You're doing a great service to humanity. And I also want to shout out to Isaac Cappy, who isn't with us tonight, because you guys together make a great team. But I want to thank all you guys that are listening. I even want to thank Stu Peters for coming on, because you know what? I love every human. We're all the same person, and you don't hate the human. You don't hate your brother. You can hate what they're doing. You can despise their actions that are negative and evil, but you never hate the person, because that's like hating yourself.
Exactly. And that's the mindset we need. With that mindset, combined humanity, we're unstoppable. Hey, Stephen, make sure you stay up here till the very end, till I end the space, so it's on record that you were co-host, okay?
Sure thing.
Okay, so I started with Stranger Things theme, and I've got to finish with it. Just 50 seconds. Until next time, this has been Stephen D. Kelley with Reptile Hybrid.